Holly, do me a favor and do a couple of tests for me.
Sure. Test, test, test. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Can you hear Stacy walking through the room?
There's a 20-second delay. I was like, it's not working, and then I hear myself. There you are, right there. Okay. Nice.
Can you hear me okay?
Okay, it's been tested.
They came down and talked manhole songs. Yeah.
And then you got the other stories.
Yeah, they taught us some of this food.
So it's a big reason.
So they had.
My name's Joe Rivera.
Hey Joe, there.
Excuse me, we just started.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm pitching for that.
Oh, okay.
These two guys.
And there was another guy.
Yeah.
Are you
Not
in
a whole
Ridge?
to be honest with you.
Yes, we represent City Dollar. I'm based. I live in Denver. Southeast by, I don't know how well you know it, by George Washington. Like West Virginia.
Okay. That's all sweet.
No, it's
No,
not.
what am I thinking?
Fleetsdale.
Okay.
Sky.
Okay.
Yeah, I like this one.
Thanks for being here.
It's always hard to like capture it all.
Hey, welcome back. I drove by your house the other day.
There's a lot
Oh,
of
did you?
but
I think you were working on the fight.
I was probably either leaving. I just got back from the Olay program. I was either leaving the Paonia
Okay.
for the BMW rally or getting back.
And then Stacy, just let me know.
That's me. They wanted to leave.
How many were
Elizabeth
there?
and
How many of you guys? Eight? Oh, wow.
So 4 of them were buddies of mine.
So you can hear this fun.
yeah.
Then we hooked up the 4.
Perfect. There you go.
Let's see pictures.
Hey everybody, let's go ahead and get the work session started for Frisco Town Council. And today is July 28th, and with that, our first presentation is going to be from Early Childhood Options. Thanks for coming.
Hey, Robin.
And with that, we'll start with, let's do some quick introductions. Start with yourself, and then we'll go to there.
Great. Awesome. Hi, Catherine Schaff, Executive Director, Early Childhood Options. Been the director for 2.5 years now, at ECO for over 15. In the county, it'll be 20 years this fall. 2 children, 11 and 9, Sunday school district.
Thayer Hirsch, council member. We have a child on the gymnastics team together, so we get to see each other quite often.
Yes.
Awesome.
Martin Allen, council.
Joe Rivera, pinch-hitting town attorney for Thad.
Rick Hinkin, Mayor. Welcome.
And Ryan, Deputy Town Manager. Good to see you. Good to see some familiar faces and some new members on council. Every year I come and present about what is happening for all things early childhood. We are the kind of hub and resource center for all things ages 0 to 5. We have a Head Start program, which is funded through a Suffolk County government grant of about 60 children. In order to qualify for Head Start, you have to hit 100% of FPL. For a family of 4, that's about $28,000 annually for salaries in that family. Then we also do quality initiatives. We put together a professional development menu of quality services. Offer that out to all of our professionals in the field. We have about 150 professionals countywide. And then we also do salary supplements for their tenure within those sites. Then our largest arm is our tuition assistance. We have our local First Steps funding, which is funding for ages 0 to 3. And then our SPK funding for ages 3 to 4. We stack that along with Head Start, a federal program called CCAP that is run through the state, and then our state-funded Universal Preschool program. Currently at ECO, we have 11 full-time employees, about half Head Start, and then the other half quality initiatives and tuition assistance. I always like to put this Heckman equation in. Stat, for every dollar invested in early childhood, it has an ROI of 17%. So really important about that. And then 80% of brain development occurs within the first 3 years of a child's life. I go through the state and federal funding landscape. CCAP, as I was saying, currently serving 42 children, just about under $500,000 annually. Currently, it's on a freeze to update some federal requirements as to paying families not paying more than 7% of their annual income towards childcare. The state of Colorado is currently at about 13%. So in order to meet that mark, we have to go on a freeze and no longer serve as many children to try to get off of that, so the pool that we're serving can pay only that 7%. That kind of goes through that reauthorization rates are lower, hence why we kind of stack it on top of our other local expenditures. ECO monitors that state legislation. That's my job as council that serves for the state of early childhood for Summit County. And then our Head Start program, 25 early Head Start, so early Head Start being that 0 to 3 age, and then 35 Head Start children. Those are 2 separate grants technically with Summit County government, and then Clayton Early Learning Center getting us 11 extra early Head Start slots. That total funding for 25 was just over $1 million. About half the funding going towards tuition support, and then the other half going towards FTE to help run the program. This is older slides. We are funded through the rest of the year. When we had that government shutdown, we kind of got incremental funding, but we're good to go until at least December of this year. Each year, we have to do a reauthorization, and every 5 years, we have to reapply for that grant. We reapply, and then Summit County government helps push the papers through for us.
Does that funding go up for 2026, or is it pretty flat for the 5?
It's been flat for the last 3 years. We got a 0.06 COLA increase for this year. We're hoping to see a little bit of an increase for 2027. Still unknown. We won't know until probably mid-October.
Can I ask about the DEI stuff? What?
What did we have to remove?
Yeah.
Culture. We had to remove a lot that said about culture, participation, and more just family focused.
Was that a mandate? Was that a mandate or something?
Yeah. So our application that we had submitted got combed through and just had to remove all of that information and can't promote any of that. We also can't get reimbursed for translation services. So we use county dollars to do that translation funds. Universal Pre-K program, so state-led. We serve about 237 children. All age eligible 4-year-olds receive at least 15 hours of 9-month programming. That equates to about $631 for those monthly expenditures. In order to receive your local SBK, if you are an age eligible child, we kind of do some work behind the scenes and make sure that they are receiving those dollars before they get our local SBK dollars. We used to have some money that went towards an FTE to help us kind of manage that. With state budget constraints, there was consolidation and we no longer receive that FTE, but we're still doing it. And then no rate increase for increases. Right.
Have you seen the preschool program grow over the past 5 years? It feels like Frisco L added a classroom and things like that.
It has grown, but I would say we're kind of flat right now. Where we see gaps in or availability for childcare would be in our 3 and 4-year classrooms across the community. And then we have our local funding landscape of our SBK program. So those 3 and 4-year-olds serving about the same amount of children, 244 children. Total funding for this program so far about $1.3 million. Both of these families go through that application process through our office and provide every bit of fiscal documentation for families to come through to make sure we understand what funds they have available to pay for childcare. For SPK, we have an income cap of $250,000 and at least one parent is working in Summit County. We have program goals to support the school readiness for 3 and 4-year-olds, which also tack on to program requirements for our Head Start program. So we all try to embed all of these programs within our local landscape to just ensure high quality programming throughout the community. And then when self-employed folks come in, which we've seen an uptick in that, they must maintain an average income that exceeds their business expenses as well as verified business license within Summit County. That changed probably like 2 or 3 years ago, just making sure that we were working with families that were invested in Suffolk County.
With SBK, how is that affecting?
Yes and no. When they went to go open that other Frisco classroom, of course, running over there, I want to talk to Kristen, please don't open another classroom. I want all of our classrooms to be successful. What we saw was an increase in identified delayed 3 and 4 year olds. And our identified delayed students cannot get the support within our community childcare sites. And because of the IDEA, the ratios in the preschool classrooms in the school district were going over what was allotted. So they had to open another classroom.
I imagine it's on the hosting, licensing, teacher availability.
Right. And so the school district program runs on the school district calendar, and they don't operate on Wednesdays. So it's a 4-day-a-week program at 9 months. Families they hear it, but they don't necessarily realize the constraints until about March or April when they start planning for summertime and realize they don't have any care. And it gets more of a challenge for those school district students to get full-time care in the summertime. We at the office prioritize our 22 Head Start children at Summit School District to find full-time year-round care and do wrap services as well. First Steps, we're about 4 years old on the First Steps program, so that's making tuition assistance available north to south in the community for 0 to 3 year olds. That program costs a little bit more, right? We're talking about our 0 to 3, so our ratios are smaller, and we're serving some less children than that. Must also live and or work in Summit County, an income cap of 210. We take into account assets to not exceed 225. That program goal is supporting working families, and again, that self-employment, same as SBK. For this program year of currently that we're under and probably going into the fall, both First Steps and SBK is being paid for by Strong Future funding. So we're dipping into some reserves of Strong Future funding to help pay for this program as a total.
And then the gap between 2.9 and 4.2, is that administrative cost of that?
We're not done with this program year, right? So we're still continuing on. And then in my further slides,
I see.
we'll go to that. So
September to June.
yeah. July we see is our biggest invoice because of that wrap care services and that transition from our preschool kids going to community childcare sites, and then just other filling gaps within availability at our sites. So we just went through our application process. We saw quite an uptick in our applications. We had about 430 applicants submit. And then I say the 94 started, but they never go through submission. And then about 6 have been declined because of over-income assets. The ladies are about to send out another 200 award letters at the end of this week, so we'll have about 400 award letters out there for families. And we are going to open it one more time for anybody that was missed our application being open and us talking about it for the 2 months that it was open and available. The caveat to that opening next week is that they will not receive tuition assistance for the first month. We want to give some prioritization to those that were able to meet the deadline, and we'll get them on the invoice for October if they have a completed application. Next, the county kind of asked me to pull together some reporting on shared expenses for our large programs. I have 5 out of the 6 large ones up there because all 5 of these use the same accountant, so we were able to exchange information, which was very nice for us. And I'm kind of working, this is my first stab at it, but I think there's some improvements to come. So we're taking a look at their total expenses and the percentage of their expenses that are funded by a subsidy. So that first lighter blue saying your average of 40% is all of your tuition assistance. So your CCAP, your Head Start, your First Steps, and your SPK and UPK program. Then we added on our SPK salary supplement program, which is wage supplements at a max for each program for $115,000 annually to put towards salaries. So that gives just that little extra increase. We're going to modify this and talk about, break it out in between how I had it in the other slides of state and federal funding, your local funding, and then even your local funding as opposed to like towns, to see that as a pie for percentages, and then privately funded by your tuition paying parents. So we were kind of excited to show this and just always wondering what percentage of budgets are being subsidized by your public dollars. To note, your home school of Summit County Preschool, they have the most Head Start slots at their childcare site of 15 total. So granted, you would see that increase because all of their tuition is subsidized. Parents do not pay for any of their tuition at that site. Any questions?
So that's 5 programs you just laid out. So one parent would apply. Are they broken out by age group? I presume they are.
Yeah.
So not one parent is applying to all 5 programs, right?
No. And we're getting better. There's some tricks to it, right?
Sure.
With CCAP, that's all Health and Human Services, but we have consent to share information behind the scenes, right? So if a parent says, yes, I'm on CCAP, then we can talk to the CCAP program and exchange income information, so we don't have to collect as much. But for First Steps, SPK, and Head Start, that's all done at our office.
So does your office provide like navigation services for these parents? I mean, that seems to be a very
That's
critical.
the bulk of our work, is that navigation.
Yeah.
The next piece I think on our scope of work for next year is finding the tech to match
Sure.
our work. I've been talking with a couple people and I'm finally getting someone that can make it, but it's hard. It's kind of a challenge because tech is evolving so quickly and we've been using the same system forever, but I'm like, ooh, but it doesn't have that. Ooh, it doesn't have that. So I think we're getting closer to make it a better family experience.
Thank you. Yeah.
I talk a lot with Corey. We're over at the housing.
Sure.
It's same.
Yeah.
And then we go on to tuition rate increases. So all of our sites have autonomy and have their own boards that approve rate increases to control their expenses and make sure that they can keep their doors open. And then how our program is currently set up is that we give percentages towards their total tuition costs to help offset that for families. What we're seeing over the last 2-3 years is that these rate increases aren't your standard 3% increases every year, they're 5 to 10%. So then it presents a challenge of awarding families and also knowing what it's going to cost for the whole program year to sustain that program after you give an award letter to someone and say you're going to receive 70%, and you can't go back on that halfway through, right? Because that is a whole program year. What I find interesting on these rate increases is that, I haven't had time to look at it, but historically, infant rates used to be $10 to $15, almost $20 higher than your preschool rates. But if you look at this is a couple dollars difference. So why is that? Is kind of my next question to present. And asking these boards of, well, why have that gap? And how did they get there? So I'd like to know a little bit more about that, especially what their method to the madness is on it, but I haven't had it on But as I've talked through this, I go to BOCC, I was at another town, looking at it, I'm like, it's kind of the same. But that's kind of where we're at for our rates. Seeing that it is, infant care, and we look at that model of full-time care 5 days a week for monthly costs for a family. And also just to note, as we see these increases, the mechanism to which we award their percentages, our scale is going to get tipped, and families are going to be paying more than that 10 to 13% of their annual income per child because those rates have gone up so much. Currently going through a tuition or a Summit County Child Care Landscape Project. We'll be presenting to BOCC August 11th of what the first findings were and some kind of guidance for next steps. A lot of it is being looked at as our tuition assistance program because that is just the bulk of our budget of that $4.2 million. Annually, ECO's budget is just hovers under $8 million and about 6.5 is passed through. So our operational costs are about 1.5 to 1.7, and then that other just being straight money in, money out to our providers. And then continued kind of discussions with the county and towns about how to prioritize and, as our needs increases or shift while keeping up with the state changes. Questions?
I find this all wickedly confusing. But if I can, I will summarize it up. So there's super young kids. I guess I just saw it right. Infants, older infants, preschool, tuition assistance, or I guess it's all tuition assistance, but salary assistance. So that's 4 of the programs. Is that fairly accurate to categorize them in that way?
Yeah, I've been looking at it a lot lately as family engagement. So engagement with families of how to navigate access programs beyond our scope of childcare. Then I take it into quality improvement. So you talk about your wages, your trainings, and making sure those teachers are qualified and highly qualified. Then our tuition assistance, which is eligibility, but not necessarily enrollment, because each site does their own enrollment. We work with them behind the scenes to manage that funding flow.
Did you want to go first?
Please go ahead.
I have a complex question first. So for the council's benefit, up until 2026, essentially 2022 to 2026, First Steps was funded from collective town, county nicotine tax. It's transitioned in 2026 to paying for First Steps out of Strong Futures. So, in your total realm of budget for ECO, across the programs and across the things that you do, where does Strong Futures, how does Strong Futures support this program and those in the community that their jam is childcare?
Strong Future budget this year was just under $5 million. So out of that 8, and so it's 2/3 of the budget. Strong Future is necessary for us to operate. I think it's necessary for parents of young children to commit to staying here and working at all of our opportunities for employment. So I think it's critical for us because we do get the phone calls of the parents stressed out to the max. I need to know what I'm going to get because I'm doing my budget for next year, and I need to know if I can afford it because they just got the letter from their childcare center talking about their rate increase. And then they'll be like, "Did you know?" Yes, we know. Or can you believe this? And you're just like, yes, we have to stay abreast of it. What the point of Strong Future, we did go into reserves for this program year at about 1.7 million. So we're drawing from reserves. We don't have another 1.7 for next year. So I'm just really hopeful that we'll continue to receive this funding, and what adjustments will have to be made are kind of up for the next 2 months for discussion for us.
That's the real reason we invited Catherine to come in. It's because Strong Futures is up for reauthorization this year. So that's the motion.
And when you say Strong Futures went into reserves, or early childhood options went into reserves?
The reserves dedicated for early childhood from Strong Future.
So child care is one of the buckets that Strong Futures supports.
And each of the buckets have their own dedicated reserves that Summit County government holds.
I remember you talked about you were showing the bar graphs, I think, with the percentage, that 6% add-on. I'd love to see, I think you talked about breaking it down of like the town's contribution, state, federal, all those. I'd love to see that at some point when you have that ready. And then my second question, and this is sort of just a general question, is like, how is our occupancy across all these? When my youngest was in, looking for early childhood options, it was just 100% everywhere, it felt like, or at least they could take more kids. Is that eased up with some of is there a new center coming on in Silverthorne, or also in Hopper, right?
Yeah, those increased 100 slots definitely helped us out. Infant and toddler is still a struggle. I think you have to wait until you're about 2.5 years old in order to get it, but you can call and get full-time care that week or next week, which is great, right? So that 2.5 to school-aged year, I would say you should have no problem. Infant, toddler, however, we're always going to have a problem, honestly, because we won't ever be able to meet the demand with the cost modeling that it takes to operate infant and toddler care, right? Because when you have your larger centers, that preschool is your moneymaker to help offset the cost of what it takes to run your infant and toddler classrooms.
And is that also partly the licensing requirements between the age groups?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure infant toddler has a lot.
1 to 3.
1 to 3.
And then as you get older, it's like 1 to 5 and then
Got it.
1 to 8. You wouldn't want to be up in a room 8 babies by yourself.
With these numbers, are we seeing an increase eventually into elementary school age kids as we were closing down elementary schools because we don't have
No,
numbers?
we're flat.
Flat.
Yeah. I mean, we watched that demographics from the school district, kind of monitoring that, where I'll say, pump the brakes, don't open another childcare site right now. I want everybody that we have to be successful, because I don't want to go into consolidation talks.
Good question. I was thinking the same thing. With that, we're about out of time. Any last minute burning questions or any final closing remarks? And again, back to what Tom was saying, Strong Futures is coming up on the ballot. We've seen a couple presentations already. We'll probably see a few more before November. It's important.
I'll be back. Yeah. Thank you all. Good to see you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move into agenda item number 2, which is our mid-year fiscal and budget update with Leslie. I find all of those programs, I can't keep them straight.
You're not, hold on, I was like,
It's too bad that the names don't have the age group.
That would be fabulous.
But then, of course, there's the names and the age groups, then there's the other things that's all of those ages.
And who's funding it?
Yeah.
Would be really nice.
It takes a while to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The numbers are
growing,
going, it's
not
going
growing,
there.
It's like, yeah. What do we have to? Yeah. It's
Yeah, I was gonna say, Leslie, I take it we don't need introductions, and whenever you're ready, roll. Welcome and hi.
Slides.
It's like,
It's my mind. Well, I think that this is nice on the heels of our recent audit update that you guys had last week. Hopefully you guys have all enjoyed looking through your community report. Some nice pretty pictures. We also have hard copy versions. We have one on the coffee table here. There's one in Tom's office you guys can check out. And
I'm sure the binding is already broken.
so vigorously. Oh, look, there it is.
because I forgot to take it out of my bag.
Well, I can give a free, well, then, I'll pull that up, yeah. A couple of reasons why we wanted to bring this to you. Clearly, we're having a different year when it comes to visitation, water levels, all sorts of things that are affecting revenue. And so that's important to talk about. And we have been talking about that with you in our individual meetings, about observing revenue as it's coming in comparison to budget, in comparison to previous years, and then also how we're adjusting expenditures in order to react to that. We've started that several months ago, and we'll continue it through the rest of this year. So that's one part of it, is making sure that 2026 stays whole as much as we can. You also, as challenging it is to figure out schedules so that we can get a strategic retreat planned and put on the calendar, we will have one this year. I was saying by the end of September, but now I'm just saying by the end of the year. But this is another piece of useful information to kind of spark thought about what might be in the future for Frisco and what to project out 10 to 20 years of the future of Frisco. You're going to see this presentation from Leslie. You will also see a presentation from our Northwest Colorado Council of Governments. John just stepped in as the director. That will be another piece of just some thought-provoking conversation and things to spark thought as we get into talking about the strategic plan.
So just some things we're going to cover. So we're going to talk about kind of our overall financial picture, what we're seeing in Frisco right now. We're going to discuss our challenges and opportunities that we have here, talk about the future and our goals related to the 2027 budget. And the ultimate goal in all of that is to come up with the 2027 budget that we're all on the same page with, that we can adopt in October, and we will have an additional work session in September to talk about that, the 2027 budget in more depth. So our financial landscape. This is the snow that we hoped for all winter, but we didn't see as much of. So clearly that created some financial hurdles for the town at the end of 2025, and then very much so in the beginning of 2027. So this tough winter with low snowpack, it clearly impacted visitation, and we saw that in our sales tax activity, but it's something that we've been monitoring and making sure that we have a handle on. Right now we have sales tax returns through May sales by vendors, and we are down about 7%. But luckily, dollar-wise, it's fairly manageable. That equals about $210,000 year-to-date between the county sales tax and the town sales tax that we receive. So we have been talking about that internally. And this shows our sales tax by month, with January on the bottom with the blue, and then by year, starting with 2021.
And then year to date on the far right hand side with what we have so far for 2026, you can see, minus that $200,000 to $300,000 we just talked about. In the big picture of things, we are relatively tracking to 2024-ish, 2025, and we had budgeted pretty flat. That black line at the top is showing where we had budgeted. So in 2025, we did slightly fall short of budget. We expect that will likely happen again in 2026, but we are hoping for some recovery in 2027. As far as what the state is seeing, they receive an update every quarter. The Legislative Council receives the update from their economic office, and they are on a fiscal year, so they have a different year than we do. Their year end is at the end of June as opposed to ours at the end of December. So you see some slightly different numbers here. The two blue bars to the left-hand side of this have now finished. They just completed that fiscal year 2025 to 2026. And so they are doing better than we are locally, statewide. And a lot of that I think is just because of our reliance on tourism. So like on the Front Range, you still see people are going out, they're buying the same level of groceries, they're buying the same level of regular commodities that they used to. So other communities don't quite see the impact that we do. But what I think is encouraging about this chart is that they are expecting to see increased growth in the future in the right-hand side of 2026 to 2027 and 2027 to 2028. They particularly discussed in the report about growth in business. For them, that was largely related to business income tax, but they do see some positive things in our economy. You can see in the bottom left-hand side how we are translating this into the town of Frisco sales tax information. And we are expecting to be down in 2026. We're estimating right now about 2%. And that would track if we have, we've been down, it's about 300,000 year to date, but expecting that from here on out, we're going to pretty much track with 2025. We're hoping for a better summer sales tax wise. And then in 2027, seeing a little bit of growth there, which would still be less than inflation. So, if you just have prices creeping up by the amount of inflation, you would see growth by perhaps 2 to 3%. So a growth of 1% is actually still kind of a decline. But that's what we're currently projecting conservatively for 2027. And then in 2028, which we don't budget for, but just kind of discussing what we're looking ahead at, and we're hoping that like the state that we will see increased growth here locally as well.
When historically, when you see like a bad season, I know that can sometimes play into the psyche of visitors for the next year, like where they book. Is there like any good data or anything? Does that?
I think there's two competing lines of thought there. There's the one that you just described, but we've also seen in the past some pent-up demand. So that would be the more hopeful, optimistic way to look at it. But certainly there is an effect of, we heard so much about bad snow. Colorado has bad snow. We don't want to go to Colorado. But, hopefully we talk all the time about football games when it snows during a Broncos game, and that gets people excited for booking. So we would hope for that.
We also see, the industry sees, and this has been a trend for over 10 years, is that especially winter travelers are following snow reports more than they're pre-booking. So a lot of that pre-booking has become less reliable as an indicator as actual snow data, which means that it makes it a lot harder to predict what your year is going to be like.
In the ballpark, like if we talk about the Frisco tourism economy, what percent is Front Range versus like out of state? Do you have any idea of that demographic?
I don't personally know that, but we do have some of that data available.
Vanessa would have that answer.
About
Like when we look at the Frisco tourism economy, like what percent is front range guests maybe the day or the night versus like out of state?
I can say though, there's a pie chart we'll look at in a little bit, and that Frisco is definitely less reliant on the overnight travelers than say the day trippers. So in a time like this where maybe people are more resistant to stay a week and travel further away from home, that can be better for Frisco than say like a Breckenridge or a Vail. So this is information from the financials. It's in your packet. This is specific to the general fund, which is where our operations come from and where we see the most fluctuations in the town, and where we really strive to make sure that our revenues exceed our expenditures. So what you see year to date in the financials in the packet through June 30th is that while the revenue is down to $240,000, our expenditures are under our year to date expected budget by $2 million. Now, certainly a lot of that is timing. In the discussions we've had with staff, we've talked about kind of pausing things, so that doesn't mean that we'll get to the end of the year and we'll have $2 million in savings necessarily, but we at least are showing that we have plans to make up for the $240,000. So there is a bit of an offset there. Just wanted to bring that up. Talking at a little bit more of a macro level, so this is also from the state's legislative council quarterly report. So this is looking at inflation. You can see the huge increase that we saw in inflation right after COVID. And then to the right, we had a little bit of a dip, and now we're climbing back up in 2026. Overall inflation is around 5%, but the majority of what you're seeing that's affecting that is that third line down on the right-hand side in that chart, which is energy, gas prices. That was a huge shift through the first quarter and the second quarter report. You can see other things on here. It's good to know that food is much more reasonable. That's at a 2% inflation amount. Other things that we see here in Frisco, apparel, sales of retail, also recreation, the third from the bottom, that's about 5.6%. That's just interesting because it does let us know that our guests are accustomed to paying increased prices for recreation. So there's really two aspects of looking at inflation for the town government. One is related to our employees we're paying and how is inflation affecting them related to their pay, but also related to our visitors, and are they used to willing to pay a higher price for certain goods or services. Also on here, housing, which relates largely to rent, is an increase of 3.7%. Construction. So I put this graph from that same report up because, so on the left-hand side, this kind of talks to our REEF. We've been seeing that real estate investment fees are tracking quite well. The mountain region, which is the top of this chart, as compared to the rest of the Colorado, home prices are maintaining pretty well that higher level where they jumped around the COVID time, created an even bigger gap in housing prices as compared to the rest of the state. So we're seeing high prices as well as high volume in sales. But on the right-hand side, you can see where since 2025 and now to current projections, definitely a decrease in permit activity. And that is something that is very much affecting our budget in 2026, and we're projecting even more in 2027, is a slowing of building of particularly the large projects. We're still seeing a fair amount of permit volume, but for smaller, taller projects, more like remodels and that type of thing. So this is definitely going to have an effect to our budget in the six-figure range. So overall, thinking about the outlook and how that affects us for 2027, the broader economy of Colorado, as we discussed, is still expected to grow, but not overly robust. CU Boulder, their Lead School of Business, is a great resource for economic forecasts. They are predicting right now a GDP growth of 2.9%, which is good, not great, but okay. So I think that our posture really right now is cautious optimism. We, enter 2027 from a relative position of strength. We've maintained our 7 months of reserve that's recommended by council, but we certainly are affected by inflation, interest rates, tourism trends, federal policy that's creating uncertainty, and so we will continue to look at a conservative budget. We talked about the residential permit activity that has declined significantly. We are certainly highly exposed to not only snowfall and winter conditions, but as we're seeing out at our marina, also drought and low water years for our summer conditions as well. Across Colorado ski areas this past season, there was a 24% decline in visitation. So falling from about 13.9 million visits to about 10.5 million, and that's the lowest levels we've seen since 1992 season.
But it's worth early prognostications from the water on that reservoir has about a 50% chance to be full next year.
Coin flip?
That's not a really, I mean, that's not a bold prediction, but certainly. But it's something we have to be prepared for.
And we did, as we discussed earlier, see across Colorado a decrease in the overnight stays, but day trippers, there was some growth in that part of the market. And local sales tax remittances have certainly slowed. The growth that we're seeing is largely attributed to inflation rather than expansion in activity. The Colorado inflation for in 2026 is projected at 3.5%, according to the state. So overall conditions. This chart is interesting because it talks about consumer sentiment, and I don't know if you guys have been hearing about the K economy, but that's the idea that we aren't all feeling the impacts of the economy in the same way. So this chart here shows in blue basically the top third of people that have holdings in the stock market, as opposed to people that have no holdings in the stock market. So you see some times where those dip together, events like COVID, events like the announcement of the tariffs, where people will just kind of, everybody across the board will slow down on spending. But what we're seeing right now is that gas prices, for example, don't affect everybody the same. Some people will make the decision to continue to travel and won't be affected necessarily by higher gas prices than people that in this chart maybe hold no stocks. So we have, a wide demographic of people in our economy, or in our community certainly, but I think that the majority of our visitors may be, less impacted and more towards the top end of the K economy. So it's just an interesting chart to look at right now.
It's interesting though, historically, it's pretty low sentiment. I haven't seen that this.
So this is the pie chart I was talking about. So Frisco is really nicely positioned, and we're actually different from our neighbors in the orange pieces of the pie here relating to our grocery stores. We have a number of grocery stores in Frisco, and that does help us maintain some stability in some fluctuations in the economy. We also have done quite well recently with retail. Some of that is in-town retail. A lot of it is also out of town. We get tax on deliveries and online retail sales. And here I think is where you can also see that we have a lot of day trippers. So if you look at the 17% of restaurants, and then you look at the combined lodging sector of hotels and inns at the 5% plus the 7% for vacation rentals at the 12%, we're actually getting more money from restaurants than we are from overnight stays. So in times where people don't want to stay overnight, that could be an advantage for Frisco.
Also interesting, retail, grocery, restaurant. You know, if you look at our sales tax production, Summit Boulevard, Main Street, that retail grocery really shows it's Summit Boulevard. I mean, not to denigrate Main Street at all, it's a great Main Street.
Yes, but we do have a reliance.
We
on
love our Main Street, but
On retail, like, so with Walmart that does some grocery, do you break that out? Or you just lump that
each
into
business,
retail?
yeah, we don't know what their, we assign each business one sector.
Leslie, do you know right up, off the top of your head, compared to 2026, if that retail proportion has grown or shrunk in the pie?
It has grown. And we've seen liquor and marijuana shrinking. We've seen the lodging sector, particularly hotels, has been shrinking. Grocery has actually shrunk a little bit.
what's interesting,
Airbnb doesn't have commercial tax.
But they still pay the same amount of sales tax, actually more, because those rentals are subject to the STR excise tax. Yeah, the sales tax.
but that liquor marijuana has been interesting to watch over the last plus beer, wine, spirits being available in grocery stores. So that single sector analysis doesn't always show you exactly what's
It is true. So like alcohol that's purchased at Safeway, wine and beer is shown in grocery and not liquor and marijuana. But I mean, trends are also that people are drinking less.
Sorry, of the retail, what percent do you think is like, online?
It's less than 50%. We have in the past looked at how much was from in town versus out of town, and I was actually surprised about how much is from in town.
That's not what I thought.
We do a very good job of collecting it from out of town as well. So challenges and opportunities. We've been talking about these challenges we've been seeing and what has made this a tough season. So reliance on the tourism economy, the climate variability, what we're seeing from consumer confidence right now and how that affects discretionary spending, the high gas prices, and we also have a limitation on land for development. We have a lot of opportunities here, which is on the right-hand side. Luckily, that list is longer. So we do have a unique Main Street feel, which I think really sets Frisco apart in many ways. One thing that people are really looking for and willing to spend money on right now is premium family experiences. So traveling and doing overnight stays and longer vacations with their families and looking for unique experiences. Us being right on I-70 and our proximity to Denver gives us a great advantage regionally within the county, but also with our local access. Our Peninsula Recreation area, I think, was a great opportunity for us this past winter when maybe not as many people were visiting ski areas, but we have other opportunities like tubing and our new terrain park that people can take advantage of out there. So we're different from some of our neighboring communities. Our grocery sector I mentioned. We do have opportunities for redevelopment. We're certainly seeing in town right now that there's a lot of construction, which I know can make life uncomfortable for some people, but we are hoping to see that translate into sales tax dollars, not just this summer with construction workers in town, but also in the future once we have some of that development open with residents living there or visitors at the hotel. So that is an advantage to us. Also, the light industrial area that we have in Frisco is unique for us, and we are going to have the Downtown Colorado Incorporated Economic Development Program in at the next meeting, and so they will be able to talk about opportunities that could relate to that part of town, related to Summit Boulevard and other areas, and opportunities that we have there. We also have the ability to make code updates and policy tools to encourage the right kind of growth and change that you all want to see in Frisco. And I also want to point out that we have a very high credit rating And we have a great financial position, so if you ever do desire to borrow to effectuate change within Frisco, we are well positioned to do so. So you have a lot of tools at your disposal. So as staff, we've been taking a proactive response. We had financial huddles with the staff. We had 2 different sessions where we invited a wide variety of staff to come and talk about having a savings mindset, ways to collaborate on ways to save, setting expectations for the rest of 2026 and 2027 budget and into the future. So this is something that we're not just talking about today, but has been happening as an ongoing conversation. And also just talking about, programs that make Frisco feel like Frisco, and that those are important. And what are areas that make sense to reduce versus our core services and those unique things that we offer that we want to maintain. So we're certainly having lots of discussions and did that proactively and early so that we could avoid having to make drastic cuts and instead can make smaller adjustments. But this is what we want to prevent. So in the general fund, we had this trend where you see to the far left the revenue being in orange and where it was above expenditures which is what we want with balanced budget. But we have been seeing that expenditures have been increasing at a greater rate than our revenue. We used to have this great growth in revenue, sometimes double-digit percentage increases, and what we're seeing now is a lot flatter growth or no growth in revenue. So if we made no changes, we would see that the expenditures would cross over the revenues. And in fact, in 2025, with a poor late end of year in December particularly, we actually did see those cross. So we need to find a way to make a correction and not allow this to happen. So we have shared some very rough numbers of what we are seeing for 2026 and 2027. So what this shows is the orange line at the top is revenue, and the bar chart is representing 2 different components of our expenditures. So the green part is what our salaries and benefits are, and the blue is all of our other expenses, like equipment related and that type of thing. So our goal would be for those bars to never creep up above, for the general fund, that orange line. We know though that we're going to have growth in that green area of salaries and benefits if we continue to provide wage increases and keep up with wage inflation. So this was trying to find a rough way of how do we keep the budget balanced. So this includes a sales tax forecast of looking at 2026, that decrease of 2%, and 2027 increasing sales tax 1% over what we saw in 2025. It looks a little bit different though when you add in the other fees that we collect, and it's a total revenue forecast. So we're hoping for 2026 that some of that other revenue could help us catch up from that 2% decrease in sales tax and only have a 1.3% decrease in revenue, although that is looking a little bit tougher now that we're seeing the numbers related to permit activity. But then also for 2027 to basically keep flat for for total revenue to 2025. So, I mean, when you see that orange line, it comes down a little bit from 2025, and then we're kind of returning back up to 2025. But a lot of flatness here.
Leslie, on the previous slide, it looked like we wanted to maintain revenue, but like a gap between expenditures and revenue. You obviously see it for years there. Want to maintain that?
Well, if we have no gap, then we won't have a transfer to our capital fund.
Yeah.
Because that is basically where that, in addition to our real estate investment fee, the additional amounts that were transferred to our capital fund were coming from. So yes, it is challenging if there is actually no gap in the future, because it would significantly change our capital fund by about $1.7 to $2 million annually and throw off what's been adopted for our 5-year plan. So yes, hopefully we will recover and we will continue to see a gap in future years.
The other way to affect that gap is to lower expenditures. Less projects. Less projects.
Purchases, yeah.
Yep.
Maintain the popcorn machine.
So this is just a reminder of what we were just talking about. The capital program is funded from real estate investment fees as well as that transfer from general fund. If we were to cut out the transfer to the capital program, it's a one-time savings. It's different than ongoing expenditures in our general fund, which, for example, wages, those are, you can't just make a one-time adjustment to that. Those are things that affect our budgets into future years. And the balancing the general fund does not take into account that transfer to the capital fund. So that previous chart we were looking at didn't include the transfer to the capital fund. So this chart does. It shows the purple. It's above that revenue mark, and the point there is that comes from fund balance. You can change it from year to year. You all approve it with the annual budget. But again, making an adjustment to, say, the blue part, the other expenditures in this equation, doesn't actually, that would affect the balancing, but the purple part is not helping you to balance the budget necessarily. Unless, let's say in 2026 you all made the decision, we had a tough year, we do want to pull from fund balance for 1 year, maybe we want to change even our 7-month recommended reserve, you all could do that, but we still need to balance the budget going forward. So here's just some priorities. This actually isn't much different than what we had talked about with 2026 budget. We want to make sure we have a balanced general fund budget where we don't expenditures, not including the transfer to capital. We want to make sure that those are not exceeding our revenue. We want to continue to fund our core services, the things that are the most important things for the town to function. Probably want to continue to make our debt service payments and maintain that really high credit rating that we have. We want to make sure that we are fiscally responsible and thinking about the big picture here and our forecast out to the future and not making just one-time decisions that would affect the town. Likely want to keep up on repairs and maintenance because sometimes those can actually make things more expensive in the future when you defer any repairs and maintenance. I put a couple things down towards the bottom because these could be negotiable for you. Capital plan, staying the course with the capital plan. That is something that we will be presenting to you at a future meeting with more discussion. Compensation, we do have the desire to remain competitive with our neighbors. We look at what their plans are. That is something that is discussed, especially with Tom and the other managers. So we are aware of what plans are there and we try to stay up to date on that. And then reserves, that 7-month average expenditures, maintain that within the general fund based upon your recommendation. And so while it is flexible, it would be our recommendation to keep that. However, the purpose of it is, a rainy day fund, so you will have the ability to decide when we dip into that or not. So,
We do have to keep that amount though, right? Like we can't dip into that for the fiscal year because you have to show that we keep that much, isn't that the
that
case?
is all your recommended reserve, so it's up to you. That is a decision that you make. We
Okay.
make our best effort to present to you a budget that is balanced and that includes that 7-month reserve in the general fund, but you all have the ability to add expenditures. You could go below that. That's all up for you to decide.
There is, and you've heard this before in past budgets, there is a Tabor reserve that's required by state law.
Yeah.
That's a small portion of our total reserve of the general fund. But council policy sets what our general fund reserve is.
Yeah, the Tabor is just a 3% of revenues, as Tom said, it is much lower amount. And we certainly have a higher reserve than, say, Front Range community that has less fluctuations with snow or reservoir levels. But that does help us protect ourselves against our challenges. It's on the other slide. So we are ready for years.
Leslie, can you go back to the last slide for a second?
Oops.
That one, yes. That means you're done.
I am done.
But anyway, the way that I look at these things, in a year that we're tracking with, say, a 2 to 3% revenue increase, and that's actually producing by our economy. There's not much that you have to do with this, because we're going to present you a balanced budget. We are legally bound to do that. So we are never going to purposely put in front of you, unless you tell us to dip into reserves and not present a balanced budget. And usually we would look at compensation and capital as kind of those places where we would move things around a little bit to keep the town running smoothly. In a challenging year, a lot more of these are on the table. So we're going to be talking about that as we get into budget. I agree with Leslie. Should we not pay our debt service? I would never suggest that unless we are really desperate. We're not at that point. But we're going to be talking about more of these numbers this year.
Do you think you'll have more updated revenues or sales tax?
So by the time we present in September, we will know July tax numbers.
May or June?
May. About next week we'll know on June. We're still waiting for those remittances. They're due on the 20th of the next month, but then there's a bit of a delay. Some of that money gets collected by the state. Some people still mail checks. So we need a little bit of time to pull all that together and reconcile it. But July information will be very, we know anecdotally what we've been seeing, but is that going to match up with the numbers? I sure hope so. But I welcome any additional guidance that you guys would like to share. Right now, set us up for the 2027 budget development, but we will come back to you at that first meeting in September to talk about the budget in a work session before it's presented for first and second reading in October.
Thank you, Leslie. Thanks, Tom, for the supplemental. With that, do we have a general theme we want to give Leslie after the presentation? I'll make a suggestion that we go conservative and stay flat at a minimum.
I like that.
It's fair. I think some of the onus is going to be on leadership, Josh and all. Like when you guys are coming forward and saying we shouldn't do this project or we should do this project, what's it going to cost in the future, as opposed to doing it now, and that sort of thing is going to be, I think, key for us with some data.
The capital plan is going to be an interesting discussion this year.
Anything else, Leslie, from us? Was that a quasi helpful for what you were looking for?
I think we're just going to continue the discussion. We also just wanted you all to have some confidence and understand that this is something that we keep an eye on. We look at throughout the year. We are making plans, which are continually adjusting. But it's certainly something we're paying attention to and discussing with staff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie.
Great. With that, we're going to move into our waste reduction strategies overview from Nico, and he will get his slide deck squared away. We'll get rolling.
This one.
Hello everyone, I'm Nico Cruz, the Sustainability Coordinator for the town. I'm coming today because I wanted to give you an update and reminders on the work we've done on waste reduction. So we will go through some progress to date on the different programs we have, some of the requirements, some of our compliance rate that we have in town, some trends we've seen, some new initiatives, some ideas we have, and then we'll ask a little bit for direction, show us the budget for this year that we have on waste reduction initiatives. And yeah, we have some questions for you at the end. So I wanted to start giving you an overall picture of the goals we have in Summit County as a whole. So the goal is for Summit County to reach 40% diversion by 2035. Yeah, it's a challenge. Yeah, we've seen an increase on the diversion rate during the years. You can see it going from the 20s to 23. And most of that increase has come from municipal solid waste. It says residential, but it's residential and commercial, meaning universal recycling, meaning that our programs are in that area. It doesn't mean that these programs are the reason, but right now, we have a 32% rate on residential and commercial, their everyday waste and recycling, which is much higher than the 23%. The difference comes on all the other collection streams. And so we still have a 17-point gap to work for 2035. So we have to keep working hard. This is
Define the diversion rate for me.
yeah. So it means everything that does not go to the landfill as trash that gets piled in the landfill and compacted would mean that is diverted, meaning it could be reused, recycled. That's what we want. So a higher number is better. If we have 40%, it means that 60% is actually going to the landfill, 40% is being recycled or reused, or there's other, like compost could be.
How is that measured?
All of our waste goes to scrap, and our recycling, most of it I would say goes there. So they're the ones providing these numbers. There's some gap on the numbers because some materials don't go to the scrap. Let's say, and I think they're working on trying to consolidate all this data collection, but I think this is our most accurate number. This is the policy timeline of Town of Frisco. So in 2021, conversations started around pay-as-you-throw, universal recycling, with some council work sessions, stakeholder, public forums. 2022, pay-as-you-throw and universal recycling was adopted. It started 2023. Universal recycling started 1 year later. Universal recycling is for commercial, pay-as-you-throw for residential. And in 2025, we wanted to have full compliance. This year, we got glass into the single stream, and we are also starting with extended producer responsibility, EPR, a program from the state that's gonna bring free recycling for residents. That's just started. I'm gonna start with pay-as-you-throw. This one applies to residents, where haulers offer multiple trash container sizes and they price it accordingly. So if you pick the smaller bin, you pay less. That's what we want. We want to encourage people to have a smaller trash bin so they recycle more. That's the intention of this policy. And in Frisco, we've done really good. We have the highest number of small bins in comparing to Breck and unincorporated Summit County. So in this, the policy I would say is effective. It's doing what it's intended to do. It made people choose the smallest bin. This doesn't give you an amount of how much we're recycling, it tells you that the behavior is in the right direction.
If I could just interject, in 2020, when I first came on council, HC3 came forward and said Summit County combined had like a 17% recycling rate. So that was not everything going through, all diversion. It was just recycling essentially. And that's partially why we kind of went with pay as you throw to try to bump up those numbers and
Yeah.
make it more effective. Yeah.
And I'll show these numbers are aggregated county-wise. It's a big challenge to get just Frisco data. I'll show you some kind of like estimates or things that indicate that we're doing the right thing, like these numbers here. But it's hard to get that diversion number because routes of haulers combine counties. So when they get you the scrap, they don't say this comes from Frisco. So we get a one aggregated number. So I don't have the exact data on our diversion rate. But this tells us that we're in the right direction with in a different way. Universal recycling being the one that applies to HOAs, commercials, restaurants. I would say it's a little more challenging than residential in the town. And we wanted to have full compliance by 2025. And we've been doing a lot of outreach. We mapped all Summit Boulevard and Main Street to check if they were on compliance or not. And if they were not, we sent them a message, we marked it there, and went back again. The ones that were not got a formal letter from the community relationships technician this May, hoping to get on compliance by June 2026. We are yet to do one more enforcement, and we do have some, I would say, challenges on enforcing that and the fines and how to navigate that, but we have seen a good increase. Right now we have a compliance rate of 72%. We would like to see it at 100, but we've seen it increasing, which is great. This is the pay-as-you-throw and universal recycling, their compliance rate. So the top one is universal, it's pay-as-you-throw, the residential. Much better. It started better, it's been better, it's easier to deal with. Residential, we've seen an increase, and that last number, 2025 Q3, Q4, it's missing one report that I hope it's going to bring that number up from 63%. This one I showed 72, but this is just a sample of all of our locations. It's just Summit Boulevard and Main Street. I don't have a lot of HOAs, for example, that are in the middle. This numbers comes from haulers. I ask haulers every 2 quarters to report. They report on the materials they collect, estimates. That's why I say it's not precise what they report on the materials because they don't measure it by town. But they do give me their accounts, how many accounts they have, how many accounts that have recycling, how many accounts, so I can kind of know what's our compliance rate. So we've seen an increase, I would say every time we ask for a report. So it's encouraging, but I believe we do have a gap here in comparison with our target that was 100% compliance. So there's work to be done here. Moving into another initiative, this is our single-use plastics. We have bag rules that create the bag fees that have been a great financial tool for our programs. We have Skip the Stuff, utensils and accessories provided in restaurants and to go, only be given when requested. And we have some materials restrictions like styrofoam, expanded polyester, and food containers are banned. Same with water bottle, single-use plastic water bottles. This one's, I would say it's been very successful from what I've seen in town. We've been going to main groceries to see if they are, when we passed this, you see if the transition worked, they were selling or not the single-use water bottle, it was effective, they found solutions, alternatives like selling canned water. So we've seen, I would say, a good adoption of these policies. We got glass into the single stream this year. It's a great addition to divert more materials and make it more convenient for residents.
Nico, was there a change to plastic recycling at the same time?
Plastic?
Like, was someone had told me you can add more plastic now, or is that?
No, I would say no, there's not been any official changes to adding a new plastic number or, yeah, I would say there is an ongoing conversation about what could be added. There's like new technologies like why we got this glass that kind of like opens the conversation for new materials, but this is the official that what Summit County works with. Then if you go to Denver, and because our single stream ends up in Denver, where the final destination of these materials, sometimes they accept more than what we accept. So there's, in other places, there's other materials that can be integrated. But it's a decision that we need to make formally, so this is the most formal.
For instance, number one, plastic. The only thing that we recycle are bottles with tops. No other number one plastic, which lots of other plastics are number one or number two. We don't take any of it. And that all goes into landfill.
Think about the to-go containers. For the
Yeah,
restaurants.
those are
trash, right?
Yeah, and as we get more, I mean, my intention is would be to expand this list. That's kind of like what I invite, but it depends a lot on the county. We have our landfill in the county, that's like our bottleneck. So we depend on what they decide. I encourage them to expand the list and keep up to trends, but it's their decision.
Glass was a
Yeah,
bonus.
I agree. So for all these programs, we do have some compliance assistance and some grants to help businesses, residents to comply and also to go beyond. Universal recycling grants, we have two programs that provides grants. Universal recycling that was created to support commercial locations to get in compliance with the ordinance. And the main thing that happens here is enclosure upgrades. We've seen 2 completed projects and we have 2 in the pipeline that I believe will be done by this year. And I've seen just anecdotally more people reaching out about enclosures. I don't know what it means, but it's encouraging to hear people that want to upgrade their enclosures and make the town look better. Get into compliance. Waste reduction grants, these are more innovative projects that go beyond, that can be from doing some hard to recycle, getting hard to recycle events. We got one for the school that had some electronics that needed a pickup. We helped them with that. Water stations, water refill stations. Some reusable programs, so they can buy reusable stuff for their business and not have to use single-use items. And we've done multiple site visits, recycling guidance, working with HC3 to support HOAs. I believe HOAs is the one that gives more work for me on, they are asking like, how do we do it? How much recycling do I need? Do you have stickers? So we work with them on providing this assistance. We also have some flexibility for these ordinances, mainly on universal recycling. So we provide temporary relief if they apply and we consider them a good fit. We have 7 properties that currently have a waiver These waivers run through December 31st, 2026, with the option of an extension of 6 months. We have approved 7 and we have denied 2. And these 2 that we denied, I believe were a good example of how this tool helped us steer them into the right direction. So they applied, we kind of like decided that they were able to comply, and we worked with them to identify a path for them to reach compliance, and they got compliance. This is Snowshoe Motel and Eclectic Bar and Grill. They both have recycling right now, and we're wanting to apply, but we worked with them and the haulers and found a solution.
So are they gonna build an enclosure?
That's, I would say, a different conversation. So when I talk about recycling with them, I'm not talking about enclosures. There's one ordinance that tells you what you should recycle, and there's one that how your enclosure should look. So there are different conversations that I did not engage with them. I do have a section on enclosures, but it's not my area of expertise, the enclosure design standards for properties. I work more with businesses on the recycling, and then I try to redirect the enclosure design to planners.
So these 2 businesses, it was about compliance with universals.
Recycling. All of these ones are universal recycling. All these waivers are not about enclosures. There is an exemption for enclosures, but I'm not gonna go there. It's not what I'm here to present.
So these companies or businesses were basically saying we don't have space, or we can't
Yes.
for some reason have a recycling.
Yes. So the common reasons, it's site constraints, space limitations, economic hardship, HOA coordination. It took too long to coordinate, and they needed more time. So this one, they said that they didn't have space to add a recycling bin, and we determined that they could. And we worked with the hauler, got confirmation, and everyone agreed they have now.
Good.
Extended producer responsibility. This is a policy from the state to shift recycling costs from the recycling users to the industry of packaging. The town role in this, it's gonna be coordinate outreach, education, and oversee that there's a smooth transition. HE3 role, it's gonna be lead the education, and they're gonna lead it countywide, so it's a unified message, and it's not town by town saying different campaigns on this. Haulers are the ones that are gonna have to work directly with the state to get reimbursed for recycling costs. So we, as a town, are not gonna receive the money for recycling and then give it to haulers. It's haulers directly. Other jurisdictions that have single hauler contracts or own their hauler have different setups. But because we have an open market and we don't interfere in the hauler operation as a town, we are not gonna be passing the money or in charge of getting those reimbursements. We will just work on the outreach and coordinate with HC3 on the messaging. We do have other initiatives, waste reduction strategies like the Colorado Cup. We just launched, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, on 2 cafes. We have Mountain Dwellers and Rocky Mountain Coffee Roasters having these reuse systems where you can borrow and return cups. There's 6 locations in Breckenridge. I think it's a cool initiative. It can invite people that bought a coffee in Breck to come to Frisco to get a discount, return it, and and take a Colorado Cup. It is, I think it's a cool addition to all of our waste reduction strategies. Then our town-owned facilities and managed facilities, it's work that we also do. We believe on showing by example. So I think a great example is the enclosure we have here in Town Hall, beautiful one, up to compliance. We are working on our Main Street bins that we discussed in a previous session. We released the RFP. We're working on deciding on a vendor, so it's moving. The restaurant compost pilot, we already bought 4 containers. They're underway. I believe by end of August, beginning of September, they should be here, and we would be installing them on the alleys, so restaurants could have access to free composting. Yeah, that should happen soon, depending on delivery. We are working with 101 West Main on a C&D diversion project. I actually met today with the demolition contractor to coordinate the work, understand where they're taking it. We are gonna work with the software that the scrap started working with, that's called Green Halo, to allow us to track the whole diversion of the project. So all where the recycling is going, how much, by weight, so we can have a good picture of the numbers, and happy to share it when we have a full picture of the project. We are also thinking that town enclosures, like this one here that looks great, we think others don't look great, and there's work that needs to be done. So I'll show you a little bit of what I believe would be some needed upgrades. So looking at some of our facilities, Public Works doesn't have an enclosure that it's up to code, but they do have some challenges because they work with a 30-yard dumpster. So I believe we should not prioritize that one right now because I don't have a good solution for a 30-yard. But the museum, historic park, visitor community center, and the marina are some that I believe we should start thinking on what are we going to do with them, how are we going to improve them. I added some estimates on if we price them at $80,000. We have $320,000 that we could spend on this in the next years. This money could come from bag fees, which makes it more interesting because we have the money.
This also gets to enforcement, which is it's really hard to enforce. We don't.
Yes.
Right, but we're not. That's it.
That's it. The 2 locations that I wanted to propose that we put focus is the visitor and the community center and the historic park museum enclosure. The visitor and community center, we started working with Hotel Frisco and Eclectic Bar to have a shared enclosure concept so that we can solve their uncompliance, our uncompliance, and have one enclosure that serves all these different businesses in our location too. We don't have a design or any like work there on the design construction, but we do have letters of intent from this business's sign that they like this idea, they want to collaborate with us, they want to participate on the operation cost and talk about the expenses of building it. So this is something that I would like to target for 2027, that we could build one and build something that makes all that section look nice. And one thing that it would be really, I think, would change the look of that alley, because the rest of the alley, it's super clean. If you walk through there, pay attention on how the other enclosures are. They're like up to compliance, inside, closed door, new builds. These 3 locations are like making it dirty. So I think if we clean it up make it nice, it's gonna clean the whole LA block. So I believe it's a good opportunity there. Then the historic park, I believe we should build a design that matches the aesthetics of the historic park and keep making that area beautiful, keeping a look that aligns with the historic buildings there.
Stairs go nuts every fall.
Yeah, that's a big reason to do it. And it's also, I would say, it's in the front line of our town for tourists. So I think it's a place that we should put some priority. Some future opportunities that align from our climate action and resiliency plan. I just wanted to show them some of the things we could do in the future that are listed in the plan as things that we could also be thinking about. Increased compost access, increased sustainable consumption, landfill bans. This one is challenging because we don't control our landfill, so it's more like, do we want to suggest things to the county? Zero waste takeout would be moving more in the direction as how Greg has their ordinance around takeout. We have like a light takeout ordinance. We could increase it, make it zero waste. Construction waste, strengthening our C&D diversion tracking, and also thinking about policy around it. How can we increase the diversion from C&D? That is one of the areas that we have not been able to increase our diversion rate in the past years. This is the budget for 2026. This budget is funded from back fee revenue. So we have some infrastructure expenses like the Main Street waste and recycling bins that are coming, construction and demolition diversion project on 101 West Main. We have programs like the compost programs, Colorado Cup, grants, and we have community support like Cleanup Day, and we have a project at the Day Lodge for a water station. This adds up to $256,000. So questions for council. One is, I would start by if you have any questions on all the information. I know it's a lot of information, but I'm happy to go through one of these initiatives, programs, if you have questions. But also, more specifically, is the waiver and variance process functioning as intended, including the current timelines? This is the waiver for universal recycling, not for enclosures, for the recycling requirements for commercial businesses. And is the timeline working as intended? We currently have a 2-year timeline for them, up to 2 years, and then a 6-month extension. Most of our waivers are gonna expire by the end of this year, and we're gonna have to or enforce or ask them to apply for a 6-month extension. So that's the first question. Second one, should staff address compliance barriers differently? Should we add more incentives, more technical assistance? Where do you think we could as staff assist our community to get up to compliance? And if you believe there's additional waste reduction strategies that we should be exploring.
We have about 3 minutes left, so we're gonna fly through these questions.
Sounds like the waiver one's working, but,
How do we enforce, so say they get another 6-month extension, then what happens?
Yeah, there is, if we wanted to follow the ordinance rule, we could fine them by a lot of money. It is possible, not desirable for me at least.
Yeah.
I don't have the authority to enforce that. As staff, that would be, we had the community relationships technician that had that ability. We don't have it on staff right now. So right now I believe it might fall into the police department, which I don't think they would be very happy on having to add this to their list. Yes.
situations.
So it is a, it
Yes.
is, I would say, so it is a challenge that I face onto how much can I push by education and by convincing until it's enforcement by penalizing.
Right, so we have 6 months after this next one. What do? We extend it more?
Well, we could extend this, and perhaps look at the data of why people are, what's the reason they're getting. Let's see if we can address those specific.
That's good. However, we can support Eco that way, because, yeah.
I mean, the last thing is frankly for this stuff. Right?
Yeah, we're not going to send you around door to door to be
Especially
like,
if we're gaining on it incrementally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like that there's people are moving in the right direction and they're engaging. They're not just I think you're doing really awesome things. I appreciate all of the work that you guys are doing. I'm curious. I was kind of surprised to see only 2 pieces of purchase in the Colorado Cup. And I'm curious, like, what are the barriers there? Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure. I do know they reached out to every coffee shop more than once, visited. They were trying to get everyone on board. I don't know why the no's. Like, maybe it was new. They want to like see if it works at another place. Change is hard. I think also that people are reluctant to change. But I believe it's gonna grow, and we are open to. We want to keep supporting it because as the town, we are supporting this program financially by buying the initial inventory of that the coffee shop is purchasing. So we are reimbursing them for that purchase. So it is actually very surprising to say no because it doesn't cost them. It adds them into some outreach list. Like they do a great job on Instagram, Facebook. They have been spreading these coffee shops are on this network, and you can visit us, scan QR code. Actually, I forgot that I bought the cup and I wanted to show it. You can pass it around.
You didn't bring the sheet one?
You gotta pay for those.
Yeah, $2.50. I think it should grow, and I'm also surprised why.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of things we offer. Like not everyone takes things because they're free. There's more than that.
And then one thing that I would love to see, because I just feel like it's low hanging fruit, is maintenance reduction at our grocery stores. Because that's just a significant
Yeah, and I do know.
waste that goes to
Yeah.
landfill.
Yeah, no, that would be great, and I think as a town we would be happy to support them having a compost program, same as we're doing with our Main Street restaurants. There's some commercial solutions I've looked because they wouldn't be able to have like a restaurant size bin.
They have like the dumpster, like they do it in Denver. All the grocery stores have.
Yeah, they could have one and get it picked up. I'll look into it.
Nico, I'd love to see feasibility of sort of like neighborhood level. Like we have the glass drop-offs around town, but for yard waste compost, if there's
So
feasibility for
yeah,
that.
there is feasibility. We could use the same model that we are doing for restaurants. So these bins have the ability to have an app to access them. So you can do like a subscription model. We could install them in neighborhoods, have a subscription model for people to pay, or we could subsidize it and have it for free. Because compost, it is free on our drop-off site, so I imagine it's hard to compete
Yeah.
with that. I don't know if we would be able to charge, but we could subsidize the pickup and have it at clusters.
Yeah.
It
Would that
is.
be able to accept yard waste too?
No, I think it's for compost. For yard waste, I think we would need to think on something, a different strategy.
Okay.
we would have to do maybe a collection week and get it there.
Do with the
Trimming.
wildfire.
Yeah.
Uh,
Chipping, yeah.
Nico, if you, I've actually, I've bid quite a few dumpster enclosures at this point. If you want to sit down, I'd be happy to give you any info about what it costs.
That would be very appreciated because I'm like, I feel like I'm getting into the enclosure world and I need more information.
Yeah, we can do that.
Awesome.
How about like recycling bins at like Safeway and Walmart? You know, they just have garbage cans there. And everything
Inside?
goes into- no, outside. You know, you just have garbage cans outside, so everything goes.
For customers.
Yeah, for customers.
That's actually out of compliance. If you're offering waste, you're supposed to have recycling next to it for public access.
So is anybody complying in Walmart, Safeway, and all
I'll
that?
look into that. They should.
I've never seen any.
Yeah, if they're not, it's something that we should.
Safeway. Yeah, I just see
Good luck getting them into.
No, I'll look into
Yeah,
it
yeah.
and send an email to their corporate.
because that's
Address.
a lot of people empty their cars
Mm-hmm.
at those places.
No, that's
Gas stations, all that. They empty their cars out and all that goes into.
and they sometimes I've seen it in gas stations. They put 2 trash bins, but one they say recycling, and both are trash.
It's a stretch.
But that's something I think our enforcement reaches that point. We can encourage them to put better signage, but they're offering it, and it's kind of like what happens with our Main Street bins, that a lot of them get contaminated, and when they're like over a certain level, it all goes to trash. And I think that's one of the things we want to address with these new bins. It's better sourcing.
So with that, Nico, do you feel like you got enough feedback on your 3 questions?
Yes, I think I got some good direction on things that you're interested.
In an effort to respect our guest, we're going to move on to our next topic.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, Nico.
Yeah.
It's worth money.
Good. How are you, Diane?
We have Northwest Cog and
John.
John, please stab. I was going to say it wrong. Stab.
How about yours? Last name?
Incan.
Incan. Okay.
Yes.
Incan.
While we get it pulled up, we started. We'll get it going.
Yeah.
Rick Incan, hey.
Andy Held.
Andy. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. You wait there.
Yeah, there. Good to see you again.
Dan Kibbe.
Yeah, Joe Rivera. No, Joe. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Okay. Anchored there at the bottom. Again, my name's John Stabby. We'll pass out old-fashioned cards here for you, and you can distribute those guys. I am at Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, which we have 31 member jurisdictions that pay into member dues that allow us to leverage federal grants and do a lot of different kinds of things. So one of the things we do are reports like this particular one here, which we did with CAST, Colorado Association of Ski Towns, thank you, which I know you guys are, I think you guys are, of course you are, right? Yeah, because they have really great events. They do. We also have a number of programs. I love if any of you want to have a full 20-minute, half-hour, hour. Just I can sit down with you and go into detail about programs, but this isn't really the time for that. We do elevator inspections, which you may know about as a contractor. It sounds like, and we save jurisdictions a pretty significant amount of money not having to train a building inspector to that little fine, narrow. Things. We feel like we save an FTE. I think there's 368 conveyances in Summit County and 117 or so in the different jurisdictions that are Frisco's off the top. We do business loan funds. We do business loans. Calisco, I want to say it is across the street. We did a business loan for them just a couple years ago. And in the last, between 2024 and 25, we did about $250,000 of loans. I think it was mainly them. Before that, back in 2014, it was almost $700,000 in business loans. So that's a service that we provide. We also, I know you guys are near, but not hooked up to the Summit County fiber system. You
Very close.
You are, okay.
Yes.
I mean, it runs right down Summit Boulevard, I believe.
It should be within the next month, right? Yeah.
So yeah, we run a broadband network that middle mile, we are not selling directly to individual customers. And the purpose of Project Thor is to allow communities like you to have options. And so communities like, say, the town of Eagle, when I was on the board there, had CenturyLink, which wouldn't return calls or come to meetings like this or whatever. And now they have 4 ISPs, including Town Internet, which I'm on. I'm on Project Thor there. So it is robust. In the last year, we have not, since the beginning of the year, we have not had an outage because our hardware dynamically reroutes around the network, and we have a northern loop that goes through Steamboat and whatnot. So we do a lot of different things. We have an energy program that does weatherization, maybe a little less in Summit County because of the income qualifications and whatnot. We have an economic development district, which Thayer knows about, and I'm just standing in right now for the economic development director, just completing what we call the SEDS, which is a 5-year plan for the region. Which you have to do. We do senior services, so we help with senior meals and a lot of other things. Have, had almost 70,000 contacts in Summit County, and in 2014 did. Oh yeah, okay, thank you. You gonna drive for me? Okay. So getting into this document. By the way, I'm not going to pass these around. I apologize that we don't yet have the printed documents, which Nico will probably appreciate. But we're happy to get you as many printed documents of this regional statistics report you want. It's a 52-page report. I realize it's in your packet, so I don't know how many of you had a chance to really dive into that, or if you're expecting me to, go into much detail. I have a 34-slide deck that's basically done by the same designer that really marches through it. If I do that one, I'll do it quickly. And then I did do a short deck that AI helped me do this afternoon. I decided it was too short, 13 slides. So, my experience, I've been in 1998 through 2008, I was on a town board, and I was mayor for 4 years in the town of Eagle. We grew 15% a year. And I will say during that time, we kind of tackled one big thing a year, right? It was sort of like this year, we're going to tear out this street, we're going to repave it, but before we do that, we're going to replace the water lines, and we're going to line the sewer line, and do whatever else we need to do, take care of the right-of-ways. Next year, we'll do another street. One year, we'll do the main street, what we call that, not decorative thing, but, And so each year, you kind of choose something different. But one of the things we learned in this project, in this report, and I want to clarify, what Leslie did was quantitative, right? It's numbers. This is qualitative. So this project is started with conversations about what's going on, how do we track that. The first working title of this was "What Keeps Mayors Up at Night." So that was the sort of start of interviews, like what are the things, and we actually thought when we started this, Insights Collective, the consultants, which we've done a number of projects with, that we started this in the year after the election year, as things were really changing nationally, and it was really, there's a lot of upheaval and, tariffs and, just a lot on, flying around. We kind of expected that local leaders like you guys might be really preoccupied with what's going on with public lands, what's going on with this, what's going on that. And one of the things we really found in the executive interviews was actually folks like you guys are pretty laser focused on what's going on in your community. So we started with this community leader survey. We started with the interviews, then went to the survey, and kind of had these big themes that came out of it, which won't surprise anybody: housing availability, infrastructure capacity, workforce retention, affordability pressures, long-term sustainability. Going backwards. That's a sensitive one. So what we heard, and this won't come to any surprise to Diane, Tom, and the rest of the team, you guys are managing multiple things concurrently. And that's kind of what I was trying to underscore with. We really had one big capital project or one big thing we were trying to do back, not that long ago. And I don't know, Frisco may have always been a more complex place. But, and that really, that changes the dynamic for you, what they present to you and what they're thinking about. And these are long-term challenges. I was talking about a one-year street project. You're done, right? And you move to the next one. So you talk about housing and things like that. They're overlapping and going on over the course of years, and take an aggregation, right, of effort, right? These partnerships, and think about tourism, think about deed restrictions, and how do you policy this, and how is the Summit County policying this, if you will. And one thing that's really happened that you're probably fully aware of, I know your staff fully is, that capital needs are increasing. We have aging infrastructure in these communities. The real boom era of this was the 70s into the 80s. And I guess there's a lot of your infrastructure, including the buildings. That maybe not the residences so much, but Main Street is probably older than that, right? But and then the costs of capital are really, the cost of projects is rising, really fast. So maybe sort of behind the curve on replacing some things, and then the costs are rising. So these fiscal constraints really do shape just local decision making. And this is, I don't know how this lands with you, but I think it's an interesting perspective that, again, a water pipe, a Main Street, redoing the Main Street project, redoing Town Park, those are local projects. And you talk about housing. You guys you're a water district, but not a wastewater district in town. Is that right? So you got to deal with somebody else, right? And maybe you have to deal with Summit County as well. And I don't know. Maybe there's a housing authority involved. So and maybe there's funding that's from different places. So
we're very used to that.
Yeah, right. So yeah, it's not a new thing, but the problems get more complex, and entangled, and you can't just say, Tom, go do that, right? Go figure it out and make that happen this year, because it's not all in your hands or anybody at the town. So it gets, yeah, right. Snap to it.
I still tell them.
We can say whatever you want. So and the capacity disparity I talked about, right? And you just mentioned about the water, right? I think that's on everybody's mind after the winter without snow we just had, which is what we're starting to call it, not the tourism in our house are calling it that, right? But that's sort of what's on our minds. That Dillon Reservoir at maybe 50% fill, or no, 50% it will fill next year. Yeah. You got to be careful always how you phrase these things. So water, we've been talking for years in land use. Land use is how I got into this. I was really interested in how did that thing happen? Who approved that? Who decided that building got to be next to this? And is there any organizing thing here going on? So that's really what brought me into local government. And we've been talking for a long time, at some point water will be the constraint, right? That there'll be an availability issue. How do we tie water to land use? How do we tie, density is better, right? You get better use out of big lawns, don't do lawns. You saw the headline that Denver Water had a target for year-over-year savings of 20% that they were shooting for, and they hit 2%. And good on them for actually publishing that, right? That they have a goal, but that's your water. That's our water on this side that's going over there. And so it affects, water's becoming a constraint, and we haven't quite figured out. I've yet to see a water district say no, right? It's always less. How do we manage it? But at some point, one of our local communities, probably not Frisco, it'll probably be down the Colorado River somewhere, will have agricultural calls that will keep it from being able to have municipal water. And that's when the whole legal system in Colorado will be challenged. Wow, that's pretty heavy. We back off and go, quality of life is improving at the same time. So this is interesting. If you went to the tourism section, Insights Collective, that's what they do. They're a destination management study group, right? Think tank and whatnot. So that's really their focus. So this kind of section 5 of this report really focused on some things that we've been looking at over time. So again, these are balanced things: economic sustainability, community viability, diversification, workforce development. They're all kind of wound in together. Oh, I meant to say at the beginning, this looks like a Town of Frisco report, because thank you, Town of Frisco. I only asked two. I won't name the other because I was kind of in a hurry. I've about half of the pictures are mine. All the background ones, the B-roll ones are mine. But I don't remember the photographers, but they're both for you guys. So thank you for contributing that little secret PR, or behind the scenes PR for you. So yeah, sorry, a little ahead with the community balance thing here. So I don't know how Frisco mindset has been, balance-wise between tourism and community. But there has been a trend in the last few years. COVID had contributed to it. The influx of people contributed to it. The people who have influxed and stayed feel more like residents than tourists. They look at the place like it's theirs in a different way. Probably not the short-term rental people, but the visitors who stay longer, and they're looking for community focus. What are you doing with your events that are focused on the people, not just attracting tourists here? So that's a little different dynamic. Frisco, I'm guessing, probably was always a little more balanced. Dillon is they cannot figure out which direction they're going with this. That's why they, not to speak badly of anybody else, but it's a real challenge. They can't decide whether they're a residential community or whether they're redeveloping, So, anyhow, tourism is a trade-off and not a problem. So even places like Vail, Breckenridge, and Aspen are thinking of tourism this way. They're thinking, how do we have the tourists come in and not mess up our sustainability goals, right? How do they come in and be good stewards to our trails? And what do they do with their dog bags, right? What do they do with their recycling we were just talking about? Tourism, instead of just like come, has become like, well, how do we manage tourism? It's a little different mindset. And the residential, residents are in kind of, this is a lousy chart. I really dislike it, but let me just try me here. So if left is resident focused and to the right is tourist focused, and the purple is sort of the current status, right? So if you're going to rate your community 1 to 11 on whether it's more resident focused or tourist focused, I would say if you're in Heaney, it's probably mostly resident focused. If you're in Breckenridge, Breckenridge is a bad example. They're really trying to be more resident focused if you're listening and watching over there. But you can see a lot of folks see sort of like a pretty good balance. See those shoulders there that are kind of even on both sides? But if you look at the desired future balance, folks are really sort of like, we want less tourism focus. So that may not jump off the chart to you, but it kind of does to me. And I think this is on page 45 of the report. If you want to see, these two are separate charts, and maybe more useful to you.
Just depend on the ramification.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So anyhow, these are just. I will come probably back to repeat myself a little bit when I go to what it means, right? So capacity is becoming a limiting factor. Community challenges are increasingly interconnected, which is my point about different jurisdictions, and also the topics are. I was just listening, and waste diversion. Right? You have maybe some climate goals, and waste diversion is how you go about it. Well, that involves, container policy, right? You decide, that policy about, I can't remember what it's called, pay to throw, right? Behavior modification, right? You're working on your, so that's got to come from somewhere. An ad campaign or whatnot. It's got to be, you're investing in structures, right? So you're putting your money out there for it. And you have to have, as Thomas pointed out, a commitment to enforcement. You're going to have a policy and whatnot, and that's always hard. Councils are often like, hey, we really want to see this, and that's great, and go, and I don't like this, and go deal with it. But you got to deal with it in a global way, evenly across the community. So, and it takes a sustained focus, as Nico was saying, to deal with an issue over time, right? If you guys decide this year that it's important, and next year's council is like, we don't want to put any effort in it, we don't need somebody doing that, and we don't see anybody going around in the community, then those numbers will fall. They just will. So, anyhow, and then you got to involve the police, right? So that's complex, just within your town, just for one thing you want to do, as an example. All right, we talked about tourism as increasingly a community development conversation. I think it's because it involves housing. To have tourists, you gotta have workers. Town of Vale is just about to complete 1,100 unit, rebuild, or actually those are new units, excuse me. The Timber Ridge was the rebuild that added some. And so that's in a community that only has 5,000 residents. I'm talking about visitors. So they're gonna add that many residents. It's not just workforce. So what do you do with, a quarter of, your town, almost a quarter, not quite a quarter, of new people, right? And they're, sort of want different things, different needs. Talk about water. So these are some suggestions, but I think I want to just sort of back off here and let, Diane, you did such a great job with I just read the intro letter here. And by the way, I hope you guys understand how much time this represents. So when you're thinking of staff time, and they put a lot of effort into pulling. I've been on board, but also been a town manager briefly, so 3 years doing that. So it means a lot to pull these things together for your thoughts, but it also is time, and it's time that's not implementing other things. So just a little thought. That was for you, Tom. But yeah. Well, I think another thing I want to mention here. Well, I'll just stick with the slides. Yeah, so I think that's the last one, actually. Yeah. I can turn the slideshow off and we can just talk, or I can, if you what you want. But went quickly through that intentionally. What's our time check right now? Maybe it was not quickly. We've got a few minutes for you guys to talk. Okay, yeah. What are your thoughts? Diane, you were at this Economic Summit. This was presented by Insights Collective, also kind of in a big fashion by Brian London, and so I'm just taking this work and putting it out. Why do you think the council should hear this?
I think the timing is great. I think our council's going into a retreat here within the next month, 2 months. It's also going to be up for a lot of budget conversations, a lot of conversations about priorities. So I think this was a nice report to not necessarily just look at Frisco itself, but kind of the whole region. What are we all kind of faced with? And that it's not, to your point, just one issue. It's how does this one affect this other one, affect this other one. So really getting the council to start thinking a little bit in those terms. Picture how does everything relate. So it's kind of the purpose behind having the presentation today, sharing the report, and then if there's questions that just come up from council or want to continue the conversation, it's a good time to do it.
When I say infrastructure, what does that mean, you guys?
Sewer.
All of our services essentially are infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all need improvements.
Right.
At different times, in different ways and all.
And so one of the things the report does talk about is, again, my mindset back there is it's all underground, right? That's what infrastructure is. It's civil engineering, at ground or below, right? Now we're talking about housing as infrastructure. And even housing was like, oh, we've got to find a developer. You don't have that much developable land. I just heard that. Let it go, right? You can't just sit back and wait. You got to sort of say, here's where we want to do something and have a need, and sometimes go find somebody to do it. Have a community plan that says, here's where we want density, right? So that's a whole different, way of going about things. And the housing is infrastructure because you got a vibrant Main Street, and I love the point about, so the town of Eagle also makes its money on the grocery store and the I-70 service area, and Main Street's like the heart, but it's like 10% of the revenues. So you have a much more vibrant Main Street than Eagle does, but which you should be very, very proud of. I'm staying in Silver Grove right now, where our office is, and they are working very hard to replicate what you guys have. They're making it more modern. They're not trying to copy what you're doing, but they're working very, very hard at developing. So, Ruben and Terry.
I'll just say that Diane, thank you for bringing it forward because the timing is great right now. Everything you talked about that's in the report is affecting the town of Frisco. We're about to bring 110 units, so call it over 200, 250 people into the core of town.
Yeah.
We know what we think that's going to
Strictly workforce.
Yeah.
but we don't know what it's going to do to the town character, the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Our water system, our storm water system, our streets,
Yeah.
our sidewalks, our internet.
Yeah.
The Thor network that we're bringing is right. We've had challenges with that.
Yeah, the sidewalks are one that I often think about because I like to walk, and that's not something all towns think about. You got a great Main Street, but what about the next layer of off of that, right? So that's you bring people in, they start. You want them to be dense and be in town and go to bus to go wherever they're going. You gotta have that. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay. We're also coming around. Like I think that, but most folks on council now, like we were very. I mean, it's been. I've been on council for 10 years plus now, and you know when I started, it was we were going for tourists, and then literally sat next to council members that said, "Let's just cut the marketing budget altogether and not have that position anymore." Lived that, totally lived it.
Yes,
and we're coming out of that having seen. Oh, you know, luckily our brand carried us through it, but now we're having our staff, you know, come back to like normalcy on those. So that was very insightful for me to watch, right, and to listen to staff during those times. And now we have a lot of great projects happening, but a lot of them are happening at once. So there's a philosophy of do it all at once and make the pain, you know, pull the band-aid off all at once.
Something to that, yeah.
And we're about to have a discussion later on tonight as to whether or not we want to increase that impact on our community with construction. So the report is very timely. It's very thoughtful. I would encourage folks to look through it more if you. I'm sure everyone's taken a peek, but look at it a little bit more because it really does apply to what we're seeing in the region, right? To, you know, I do talk to Dylan, right? I was on the phone with the mayor over there earlier this week or earlier last week. And Silverthorne's done a ton, so they are regional issues. I'm going to talk to Breckenridge tomorrow on a number of topics. It's that collaboration that we have, right? If you look at Summit County, we know compared to other communities, we do have a really good collaboration. The mayors and managers stuff that we do together, the fact that a lot of council members all know each other, their kids are in classes together. We need to take advantage of that for the community's sake and grow towards known needs for multiple municipalities at once. So all that to say it's a good report. You could retitle it and say Frisco. Even without the pictures.
Right. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And you don't know doing these reports. I'm going to hand you. I intentionally didn't hand you this, but of course you know, thumbing through it while we're talking. But how things are going to land and who's interested and whatnot. But Steamboat, same thing. Their staff is presenting it, and I just got a PowerPoint back from Grand Lake. Their manager was basically reworking all the stuff and presenting it, and Avon was just asking the same thing. So these are things that are being thought about. And again, it's qualitative, not quantitative, right? So you've got to kind of just weigh what you're asking and what staff to do, and you're asking your town to do, and your budget to do, right? And I guess I would say, one thing is what you don't do today is going to cost more tomorrow. That's a challenge for you. But it's also important to set achievable things in the next few years and stick with them. So that's another takeaway I would have, Todd.
So John, it's interesting when you look across the Colorado Association of Ski Towns, Northwest COG communities. I mean, you look at strategic plans across those communities, and they're almost identical.
Very, very good.
There's some nuances around politics and all that kind of stuff, but generally speaking, and I'm here just short of 4 years. This town has been laser focused on housing, sustainability, and really recreation amenities and wildfire for that entire time. And we've made some awesome things happen in that amount of time. And what do you economic vitality is another one of our strategic initiatives, and we've defined that a lot of different ways. Some of that is that basic, ground down infrastructure and what we provide to support the business community in town.
Yep.
Some of it has been housing. Some of it is don't let the place burn down.
Yeah.
All of those can be defined as economic vitality. What are you seeing communities now that we've seen some economic challenges start to focus on?
Well, you're right that a lot of the general goals are the same. I mean, if you read Vail's comp plan, it's all about this balance of tourism and community and whatnot. I do think there is a resurgence of focus on, I'll call it place. That's not used very much like it was maybe 20 years ago. Focus on placemaking. Frisco is a place. When you're there, you know where you are, right? Which is again, not to pick on Dillon, but when you're in the middle of Dillon, you don't quite know where you are, right? You do at the lake, you do at the amphitheater, but you don't when you're at town hall, just outside of town hall or whatever. So I think even when you think about the housing and the redevelopment and you think about what you're trying to do and change, I think focus on place is something that is coming back around because of that residential focus, right? If you're tourist, and by the way, they're not mutually exclusive. Your tourists we're finding one of the things we found in my Mountain Migration Report a few years ago, right after COVID, was the influx of people who are remote workers aren't just going to the flagship Breckenridge, Vail, whatever. They're looking for places that have community, and they mean it when they're looking for community. I mean, if you're going to move somewhere, you'll have high expectations after leaving here, I assume. Concerts, amenities, by the lake, the recreation, right? Walk out your door, you're on a trail, you're at a trailhead, you're at the lake. So that's one thing. New things being focused on, I don't know. I think, Thayer and I have talked a lot about this with his involvement with economic development. I think there's a lot of shoulds. We should be doing this. Why aren't we attracting manufacturing? Why don't we have more entrepreneurs here? Steamboat has a ton of entrepreneurs. I'm not sure they know how they got those people there, right? These businesses, all Stinger, thank you, and Smart Wool. A lot of those have sold off and whatnot, but they have an entrepreneurial spirit like that. And there have been some efforts at that, like your co-work place at the end of the block, right? How do you encourage that? I would say, shake what you got. It's to reinvent is really difficult, right? So, not that you can't, but yeah. And if you look at Silverthorne, I haven't talked in depth to Brian, who left, about it, but I think the factory stores were mainly single owner, and so a lot of that was an easier lift. But they've been buying properties that come up, if you know that. So that's another, like nuts. And so that's another thing strategically that either you have a mindset of doing. Land is super finite in Frisco, right? I mean, it's just a map. I was kind of like, oh, yeah, that's it. That is it, right? The lake, the mountain, the freeway. It's beautiful. Forget the freeway. You get trees between the freeway, but yeah, did I get it sort of maybe a question, or do you think it's something else?
I think also, we had the presentation from Leslie about sales tax, right?
Right.
I think a lot of communities have a hard time saying, we want to grow our sales tax revenue.
Absolutely.
It sounds greedy.
Absolutely, they do.
And so that has to play into, I think that has to play into mindset about what you're doing around economic vitality. It doesn't have to be that we're going to go after every dollar that exists out there.
I'm glad you brought this up, because I was channeling a little Silverthorne in there, maybe because I'm currently just staying there, but that part of economic development is not sexy necessarily.
Right.
I was shocked when I actually had privy to look at the numbers, because your finance people can get the sales tax numbers, and they can look at them, because they want to look for who's not paying taxes, right? And boy, that shop is just hopping, but every year their sales tax contribution goes down. What's going on? But my guess is the gas station, and and that little, help me, Whole Foods area, what do we call that, right? Was a yeah, Basecamp, thank you, was a boon. I don't know what your percentage was overall, and I'm sure it is not just Whole Foods that did that. It's mostly. Yeah, but the gas stations, and believe it or not, I don't know what Arby's brings in. I was always shocked. Burger King's now out of business in Eagle, but
McDonald's is coming in.
if McDonald's is coming in, you won't know because you won't get to see it, but you know your staff will look, and McDonald's is going to be helpful. Let's just put it that way. And a lot of places are like, that's not academic, or that's not our brand, that's not what I think of as economic development. That's not what we were talking about.
It doesn't fit our place.
It doesn't fit our place, right? So I think you have an advantage in some ways with Summit Boulevard being not a real sexy place. I mean, it can be nicer, right? You have the place challenge of the classic big parking lot. You're not facing it. You have a main street of buildings that are against it with a sidewalk and a pedestrian niceties and whatnot. That's what they've tried to do in Silverthorne because they don't have what you have right out the street here. So you've got this and you've got that. So I don't know. I guess my suggestion would be you don't have to be super creative. You might be wanting to, what are the next pads coming up? What are the places that are going to sell? What are some of those I call them strip malls, but whatever, on the Arby's side, right? What are some of those going to be redeveloped? Are there legacy owners who are ready to sell? They don't know it yet, right? And I don't know those people, so I'm not insulting them. As town manager, part of land use is waiting for certain people to die. Or leave.
Present company accepted.
Present company accepted. These things are slow. You think for years, like that would be a great corner for X. But that guy is making a little bit of money and it's enough to do what he wants to do with his family or whatever. Like I said. Anyhow, so yeah, economic development doesn't have to be glitter, I guess is.
Can I chime in real quick? Just like on the development side, it's thinking about, I think what you brought up, like sales tax. Is it we want just a business in here that's going to increase sales tax, or we want one that's going to maybe create better paying jobs?
Yeah.
Just what is that long-term vision? How can we set that? I don't know the answer, but just those, I think kind of the two different poles that you might have for redevelopment.
Yeah, and I guess I would just say don't be too I was gonna say orthodoxical, that's wrong. Don't come at it with just like we only need this, we only need high paying jobs. You need all of it, right? So maybe this is a win for this year and that's a win for that. But yeah. Does anybody around here talk about raising the minimum wage? That's a thing around the country, but it's not a Colorado thing.
Well, I mean, it's happened.
Small beans.
Yeah. Not from a policy perspective, but it's happened just naturally because of
Demand.
bail, right?
Yeah.
They raised their minimum
Right.
wage, everybody's wage went up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, well, thank you. I meant to get here for the childcare presentation. We did do these reports in 2021. They were kind of a landscape assessment like we're doing for behavioral health right now. That'll be out soon. So be on the lookout for that. But about halfway through this report, it goes from community to community and sort of themes and who's doing what with childcare to what do you want your conversation to be about that in your community. So I'm just guessing if you had somebody here talking about it, it's a topic. And again, so the issues that are like this, you bring people in, you want them to be family people. I don't know that there's a park, but I know there's a Totlot kind of park that I don't know. I don't true. Are you? Okay. Right on. Okay, well, you're getting ready for that. So, but is there a place for those workers to have their kids or the next generation of people you want to replace you in these seats, right? Have that infrastructure. So anyhow, I've moved from sharing about that to preaching, so I'll stop. But anyhow, obviously I'm excited about these issues. I love to talk about these issues. If you ever, I love how you're networking. And Summit County is way ahead up here in terms of, I think it's because it is kind of a circle rather than an up valley, down valley thing. Like it's almost, even Grand County is kind of up valley, down valley. Certainly Roaring Fork is that. Eagle County's like that. Yampa Valley doesn't feel like that, but it is. That Craig is now a bit of a suburb to, and if you haven't been to Hayden lately, whew, they're rocking.
Should have bought 10 years ago.
Yeah. Nice. So anyhow, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And we will get hard copies to you and circulate. So
And John's located in Silverthorne, so
yeah, I live in Eagle, work in Silverthorne. Happy to have coffee or chat about anything. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to stay here for the meeting tonight, everybody. So
Yeah.
we're just grab your John. Please stay for dinner. If you're
Oh, okay,
interested.
thank you. Sure, I will.
We have dinner ready to go, and we got 20 minutes.
Can I clarify? When we took money away from marketing, it was more for, in my view, to shift it towards residents instead of focusing on. It was the community instead of doing billboards in Denver.
On the report, nice, good.
Kind of settled on pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
1.1 gigawatts.
10:08. Then Josh has got some.
Alright.
Tim
I know Tim and I used to work together when I was at the town of Frisco. Frisco, I worked at the historic part from like 07 to, no, it was like 05 to 20, something like that, and then I went to the council. But
There's good
I did have it,
Yeah.
right?
They're really
Oh,
very much.
some of them are.
You know, we all want to.
20 minutes out.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, no, you didn't.
And that's where I think, safeguards.
I almost stopped because it was a good time. I really
So,
enjoyed that.
yeah.
I was actually part-time here, part-time at the I was just joking with Tim and the whole thing.
Wait, so you didn't know it?
Yeah, totally. Exactly. I got one.
Realized I needed to change that story.
Yeah. But that's kind of where I.
Yeah. No. Someone heard about it.
You were just talking that the other day. Okay, yeah.
It was an accident.
I know, right? That's so cool. All the time did so well.
Like I'm
Like the trailers, Summit County
Yeah.
Grader.
It is.
Just there, you
Hey, Blair, you
graded. Grader.
Yes, sir.
The light.
Yes.
You're in a hurry, you're a fucking county.
Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and get the meeting rolling. And let's start the meeting for
Well, I just learned to function.
regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council for July 28th, 2026. May I please have a roll call?
Ethan? Here. Secretary Adrian is absent. Alan?
Here.
Goldstein? Held?
Here.
Hirsch?
Here.
And Kitty?
Great, thank you, Anna. With that, we're gonna roll into public comment. Do we have any public comment in chambers tonight? Any public comments online? If so, please raise your hand. No public comment online, none in chambers. Yep.
Alex, would you like to make a comment?
We have a new AV system, so we're going to give it a little bit of time.
Okay.
Sorry, plug it back in.
Turn it on, turn it off.
Waiting for it.
Alex, we
Good
see
thing
you.
you've
We're
had
just
that
working
staff
on pulling you up.
Good,
Tonight.
good thing. It's kind of expertise you get after 25 years.
You guys hear me? I lost connection, I think.
We can hear
We
you.
can hear you. Got you now.
Okay, hey, Alex Beach, 951 Lake Point Drive, calling in from work real quick. I just wanted to point out, if anyone has driven the dam road in the last couple of weeks, you may have noticed that the county has finally put up some reflective bollards along the rec path where it comes up against the road. So that is something that I've been pushing the county commissioners to do for the last few months, and they finally did that. So credit to them. It's a much safer ride now, especially at night. So I would like to bring the town's attention back to the one little stretch of the dam road where the rec path comes up, and it's in Frisco jurisdiction. So maybe it's time that the town does something, put some reflective bollards or a barricade of some sort up there, so we can have a little bit safer rec path, especially at night, for people choosing to recreate or not use their vehicles when they're drinking or doing whatever at the amphitheater and coming back to town. So credit to the county commissioners for doing that. Maybe something the town could look into, talk to them about what they did. I don't think it was very expensive. We can make it a little bit safer for our residents and our visitors to use the rec path there. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you,
Great. Thank you, Alex. Any other public comment online? Please raise your hand. Okay. No further public comment online, none in chambers. We'll move on. We'll close public comment and move on to any presentations and proclamations. And tonight we have a presentation. We have a presentation for 25 years of service for Tim Ventrella. Tim, I'd ask you to stand up. I'm going to read a proclamation to you. Because I'm at a table, I'm going to join you here. I'm going to go through some bullet points, so forgive me if it's a little clunky, but thank you for your 25 years of service for the town of Frisco. You've created you played a major role in creating exceptional level of service for our residents and visitors of Frisco. You invested professionally in the town by becoming a certified playground inspector, and those efforts have helped create the parks that we enjoy. We're actually going through, and I'm sure you'll have some work ahead of you as we continue to develop our newest playground. Also, in the realm of professional development, you became a certified irrigation technician, which I'm sure helped the town out, having the ability to do those inspections in-house. So thank you for that very much. And that has directly impacted our beautiful parks and our open spaces around town because of the work that you were able to make things go smoother and quicker for the town to get these open spaces open to our public. Again, like a lot of staff members, but after 25 years of working nights, weekends, in the winter, and helping clear snow and making sure that the sidewalks are clear and safe for our visitors and residents, thank you for that. After 25 years of service, the knowledge you're passing on to the new folks coming into the department is invaluable. I'm sure you have a reputation with them that we'll never know what that name is, but I'm sure it's very positive. And then consistently just working with, again, your coworkers, the public in difficult situations and helping to find a positive resolution for everyone involved. Thank you for that. It's a big one, so I got a couple of pages. This is super important coming from your coworkers, that they really appreciate your level of humor and levity you bring to work, even while doing really hard jobs, keeping it real, if you will, for everyone that's on the job. Hear, hear. And again, having the insight in the planning of our public spaces and our parks. Thank you for all of that work. The level of professionalism that you again bring to work every day, your work ethic, coming in early in the winter, staying late at night, is very much appreciated. And I can't imagine how many early mornings you have coming in to get the machine every morning, to get the machines ready to keep all of us safe on our commute to work. With that, if I could ask yourself and your family, and Josh has a gift for you.
I was thinking it was going to be gold watch or plant. With the economy the way it is this year, I think it's plant.
Oh, we need that put outside. Before you leave
That's all I need in my house. Bills, baskets, and plants. We have a lot.
Tim, do you want to say a few words?
I do. I do.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for not writing that with ChatGPT. So then I know part about keeping it real because Josh and I have talked about that on the golf courses. I don't know if you've seen the Dave Chappelle Keeping It Real skit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, sometimes you shouldn't keep it real.
Yeah.
So I've gotten to know everyone around here and different iterations of HR real well. I do love you guys. I wanted to say that the town has paid my bills for the last 25 years. They were great when my kid was in the hospital for a month and a half years ago. The what do you call it? The assistant down payment for the home. I used that and parlayed that into a couple of houses now in Colorado. And so, you know, and beyond all that, above all that, is I've made some of the best friends of my life for the town of Frisco. So I appreciate you guys and thank you for the plant. I was telling them I wanted a PXG mini driver, but the money you got paid for that.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words.
Thanks, Kim.
Yeah.
Grab
Good
a
job.
And then Tim, before you leave, grab a pizza box.
Just the box.
The veggie one.
I think I'm gonna name him Robert. Right up out here, I think it's.
Yeah, right?
You got business. I bet it's a trolley.
Thermal Energy Networks.
Oh.
Keep it fun, Tim.
It's gonna interfere with the sprinkler.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Have a good day, Chris.
Chris.
Hi, Chris. Good to see you. Yeah, absolutely.
Chris is right behind Tim.
See you, Tim. Thanks.
Hey,
Where you guys
good to
going?
see you. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations.
That's great. Good luck.
I've been running around this town for 25 years too.
So we'll keep the meeting rolling, and that brings us up to mayor and council comments. Anyone got anything? I'll say just thanks to staff. I was out at the summer celebration the other night. It was very well attended. We had actually quite a bit of laughs. It was super fun to see everyone out there, and I appreciate the folks who coordinated it. We had a bunch of department heads who were staffing some booths, working through handing out the employee gifts for the night. So it was great. It was well attended. We had great food from Hacienda Real, not the other one, and that was again always tasty. So thanks everyone for that. Anyone else? Great, we'll close mayor and council comments and move on to staff updates.
Okay, we've got a few. So you've probably all seen an email from I think it's our Builders Association or the Chamber, related to a concrete operation that's north of Silverthorne in unincorporated county. They are applying to expand their operation to continue producing concrete. Very necessary commodity within our community to have that close by. Breckenridge has written a letter of support into that planning process that the County Planning Commission would see soon. Does anybody have any objection if the town of Frisco writes a letter of support for that? Okay, we will make that happen. Also, I'm going to have Diane talk briefly about changes at the marina for the rest of the summer. We all know what's going on with water levels, and we're trying to reduce expenditures, as Leslie talked about a little bit today. So, with that.
So thank you. For those of you who may have forgotten, the marina is still open. We are completely open for business at this point in time. We are at, the reservoir itself is at 75% fill level, if you will. So no surprise, you've seen kind of how that water has been dropping. It's currently dropping right now at about 2 to 2.5 inches per day. So we do estimate by the end of August we'll be down, if you can do that math, it's a good, I'd say, 6 feet, yeah, another 5-6 feet. Yeah, so it's quite a bit at this point in time. but we expected that, right? We knew going in, we were looking at what Denver Water was projecting, so we knew it was going down. So that is not a surprise at this point in time. What is a little bit more of a surprise is that we just have not seen the visitation that we had hoped we would see. So I think when we were sitting here in kind of that February timeframe, we anticipated being down. We knew that was going to be happening because of the water. We really didn't anticipate the visitors not being there. So as you can only imagine, the revenues are down, which is a direct result of the rentals being down, right? The paddle boards and the paddle sports, as well as the power boats. So that has all made us look at the business a little bit differently. So we have had to look at our staffing levels. We went into the season already being down quite a bit with our staffing levels. We're down even further at this point in time. So our guest service staff who work in the office, take the reservations, help all the guests. All of them had their last day on Sunday. They were all done. All the juniors also had their last day on Sunday as well. And we're really trying to balance, right? Running the operation, but also being just very fiscally responsible for what we're doing out there. Through mid-August, we will continue to run everything. You know, we still are doing all the rentals, just with a reduced staffing level. By mid-August, you will see the dock attendance will also be reduced. Our ultimate goal is to get to Labor Day weekend. We get to Labor Day weekend with our staff, that is mainly our full-time year-round staff, as well as a handful of our seasonals. That is ultimately our goal. That will only change if the water drops significantly more at that point in time. So closing on Labor Day weekend, that Monday of Labor Day, and then that was with our rental operation, and then just a handful of days later, the whole operation will shut down. So everything being done at that point in time. We're taking work orders right now for the fall and the winter. That's way earlier than we've ever done before as well. So people do want to have their boats worked on, which is great. But as you've all seen, and as you all known, it's been a very challenging summer season. So, any questions?
Just have a statement, Diane. It's, you know, these seasonal businesses are difficult sometimes, and these are difficult decisions to make that impact residents, but also our staff, right? Our part-time staff and so thank you for balancing it all. I think it's amazing what you guys have done and really attacking it, because it's nuts how crazy it's been.
Absolutely, yeah. And thank you. I'll pass it on to staff. You know, the Marina staff has been working very, very hard. Huge kudos to them for really trying to figure this balance out, and then working very closely with HR as well, right? Wanting to make sure that messaging, that we're upfront with our staff, we're honest with our staff, giving them the resources now, knowing too that they're going to be out of work for the season's ending sooner than they had anticipated as well. So, thank you.
Any other staff updates? Nope. Great. We'll close staff updates and move into the consent agenda. I'm not aware of any changes to the consent agenda, so I would entertain discussion or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve tonight's consent agenda. Please call the question.
Allen?
Yes.
Hibby?
Yes.
Goldstein? Yes. Seld?
Yes.
Hirsch?
Yes.
Scrivener Adrian is absent, and Incan.
Yes. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you.
Great. With that, we'll move on to our only item of business this evening, which is a discussion about our U10 network. And with that, we're going to see a presentation from Blair and David. Get that right? Thank you. About, again, it's our thermal energy network, and they're looking for a verbal understanding on some right-of-way discussions and the town hall parking lot. Pardon me, pilot holes.
And we're
going to get into all that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for having us here tonight, Council. We're excited again to come and talk to you about this project. I will open this up. I do want to add that we do have two of our colleagues with us. We have Nicola and Sarah here with us, kind of new to our team. Our team is expanding on this thermal energy network, which we're really excited about.
Blair, I want to hit two things really quick.
Yep.
One is I didn't read the disclosure on public comment. Forgive me, everybody, but I thought it went swimmingly even without the disclosure. And then secondly, we'll do a quick round just to make sure, because we're going to get cozy with each other for the next couple of years. So let's start with Diane, and we'll come around the table this way with a quick hello.
Hi, Diane McBride, Deputy Town Manager.
Council.
Rick Inkin. Hey.
Tom Fisher, Town Manager.
Joe Rivera, Town Attorney, pitching for that.
Martin Allen, Town Council.
David Poterson, working product development at Excel, so I'm the one leading the charge. You guys know Blair relationships, but I want to introduce Sarah and Nicola as well.
Yeah, Nicola White, also on the product development team at Excel.
Sarah Evans also.
Great, thanks, gang. We're going to be working together, so we might as well get to know each other's names other than in addition to our faces. So.
I'm Blair McGarry.
Oh, you.
Can't shake me up here. But again, really, thank you for having us. Things are moving very quickly, and so we are here for some asks today, verbal understandings. We've gotten, it was kind of crazy to, I think, all of us, how quickly it's moving along through design, and we need to make some decisions pretty quickly. So thank you for having us. Thank you to Tom for getting us in here so quickly and working with us, as well as Josh. So yeah, with that, I'll turn it over to David.
Thanks very much again. I'm just going to dive right in. So there are two acute decisions that we're asking for in this meeting, and that's agreement to drill one test borehole this summer in August in the town hall parking lot. And the next decision is where we're going to put the full-scale deployment of all the rest of the boreholes in the town, and that's, we need roughly 125 boreholes for the whole system. That'll happen in 2028, so we have plenty of time before that happens, but we're designing it all now. So we have to figure out where it's going to be so we can finish those designs. And I have a whole slide on timeline, so I'll just dive right in. I hope everybody remembers what this is all about, but I can't just dive into details without having one intro slide. I'm going to give you the very big picture here. Excel is trying to meet 2050 goals for their gas business to be carbon neutral. That's a tall order. No good, easy ways to do that. One of the ways that we're investigating to do that is, this isn't approved language, but transitioning our gas business to a geothermal business, right? So it's still a pipes business, it's still pipes in the ground, but it removes the fuel from the equation. It's one of the only, it aligns a lot of the issues that we have, right? If you electrify everything, then you cannibalize our gas business. That's not good for anybody. This way, we could electrify. This is electric equipment, but it's not cannibalizing our gas business. It's decarbonizing, and it's still investing in our pipes network, which is really what our gas business is. Excel Energy doesn't create, make, or drill natural gas. We buy wholesale natural gas at market price and give it to our customers at exactly the same price that we buy it for. So that's not something that we make money on at all. It's all the delivery infrastructure.
Can I just add about this project is a demonstration project that is coming out of House Bill 23-1252. So Frisco is one of two communities that was selected for this demonstration project. The other one is down in Denver. And the reason, one of the many reasons why Frisco was selected was because we are severely gas capacity constrained here in the mountains. And this is a very viable project and viable way to bring large users off of our natural gas system while giving a lot of benefits to the community at the same time. But I think the way to say this is that this is a demonstration project for Excel Energy that is being mandated by the legislation and by the legislature, and it will be approved, and the finances for it will be approved by the Public Utilities Commission. And I think that that's a very important point, which is why we're here with you on such tight timelines, because we do have to file with the PUC kind of our design, our 60% design, and I'm sure Dave is going to get into this, but this is just kind of level setting this overview. We have to file that 60% design,
100%.
I'm sorry, 100% design, thank you, with the PUC by December 1st, I think, or December 6th.
10th, it's okay. Beginning of December,
Something like
beginning
that.
of December.
Between the two of us, we've got this.
Yeah.
Of this year, okay? So of this year, and that is why we have come up on this very, very quick timeline. But I want to be very clear that it is pertinent that we meet that timeline to continue to get approvals from the Public Utilities Commission.
That's right. It's not something we can move. This isn't our desired timeline. We're going to ask you to make decisions quickly. We apologize for that. We're working with what we have. We'll get to it all. We just spoke about this, but so in order to meet this December 10th deadline with the Public Utilities Commission, which is absolutely fixed in stone, we can't change that at all. We need to lock down again the test borehole. The point of the test borehole is we need to see how much energy we could exchange with the ground. Different ground compositions are different, and you can exchange different amounts of energy, and that obviously informs how we design this project and how many boreholes we need. Right now, we think 125. After we do that test, we'll know for sure exactly. So the test borehole is a key part. And then the second part that we're asking approval on is where are we going to put these 125 boreholes, which again, 125 is our estimate at this time, but we need locations for those, and we need to start designing them. The timelines are very short. Again, really apologize. We're working with a compressed timeline that was set by the PUC, so we're trying to get it done in the time frame allotted. B, this wasn't, what we're going to present to you wasn't our first design that we came up with. It's the best, but it wasn't the first. It was dependent on getting the surveys back. So we hired a vendor to come tell us what equipment's on the ground. There's water utilities, there's telecommunications utilities. We need to avoid all of that. We thought that was going to be very onerous. Usually it is. Turns out in Frisco, you have a lot more space than we expected. That's great. So we changed our designs to be a better one, but that took time. So now we're asking you for short assistance. Sorry, I'm kind of going down a rabbit hole here. So what we would like is if we could have approval to drill the test borehole in the town hall parking lot by the end of this week. I know that's short.
Approval by the end of this week, or approval?
Approval.
Oh,
No. Just tell us yes, you can do that. That would make this process go smoothly. There is some fudge time, but there's not a lot of fudge time.
While we're working through legal on licensing agreements and things like that, we understand that you all have processes that we have to meet and that we cannot skirt those processes. And so that's why we're kind of looking for that verbal approval tonight while we work with Joe, Thad, and the team to kind of iron out that license agreement. But we want to make sure that we can do this test borehole in this
Legal agreements have to be in place before we file. That's December. So we'll work with you to accomplish all that by December. We just need these two things to happen. We need to drill the test borehole, and we need to lock down the locations of where the boreholes are going to be in order to do the design. So we know we're asking for short notice on that, but July 31st, end of this week, for the one test borehole this summer, and mid-February, August 14th, for where the remaining boreholes are. This is the area that we're going to install this pilot in. Everything within the yellow boundary is, that's our pilot network. We're going to be converting lots of customers within that yellow boundary. That's where we're targeting. We're not targeting residential small business customers outside of it. The red boxes are what we call anchor customers. Anchor customers are large commercial customers that are the backbone of the system. Basically, we start with these. We start with the large commercial customers. We get the backbone, and we fill in. We get other participants, residential, small business that are much smaller, to complement it. But these are the backbone customers. So you're one of these. Town Hall, the Frisco Sanitation is the wastewater treatment plant. 10 Mile Creek Condos, and the Summit County Pool School. And we could get a little bit further into our plan for each of these. So, if you hadn't, if you didn't notice, so one test borehole this summer in the Town Hall parking lot is what we're asking for in August. In 2028, when we go to full deployment, we're going to be asking for 26 in total, which is 25 more. That'll cover the whole parking lot. You get brand new parking lot, new pavement, new painting. It'll look better than when we started.
We just did it. Just did the parking lot, didn't we, or just coated
Yes.
Yeah, research right. Yes, it will look the same.
It'll look the same. Yeah, it won't look worse. We're also planning roughly 40 boreholes in the parking lot of 10 Mile Creek Condos. We're doing the same thing with them as we are with you. Like, hey, we need decisions on a pretty short timeline. If they don't agree to that, we can fit everything in the rights of way. But that would be ideal. This is our plan as of now. Heat exchange with Frisco Sanitation, the wastewater treatment facility. That's a win-win. They need to get rid of heat. We need more heat. That's good for everybody. And the last part is boreholes in the rights of way. Rights of way are the streets. We're not doing Main Street, right? We're trying to make this as least disruptive as possible. So definitely not Main Street. We'll show you. We have a whole plan. And again, anywhere we drill, you get brand new pavement, painting. It'll look brand new after that. Better than when we started. So, let me just take a breath. Any questions up to now?
I'm curious. I know just enough to not know what's going on, but I feel like I have a pretty good idea. If we're heat exchanging with Frisco Sanitation District, what are the boreholes for?
It's just not enough.
That's what I thought.
Yes. Without the sanitation district, maybe I don't know the numbers, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we need 175 or something like that.
Got it.
Yeah. It's a more cost-effective way of getting the heat that we need, and it's good for them too.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're gonna get here, but what does a test borehole look like, act like, sound like? And then the further, what is the 120 gonna look like, act like, sound like?
Yep. I've got a whole slide on it, so we're gonna get there.
I just have a clarification.
Yeah.
That's what you said. So 10 Mile, you're looking at 40 boreholes there. Would that be this year if they approve?
Only thing this year is the one test borehole.
And then if they don't agree, then your hope is that we didn't want to use right away.
We want to use right away.
Great clarifying questions.
Yeah. And we have the space for it. We'll show you we have it now. Anything else about anything I've said so far?
Do boreholes, once you put that in, does that prevent future construction on
It is it's not impossible. It's more difficult. So it'll be more difficult to build. They could build it. You could put them underneath buildings. It happens all the time. If you do it at the same time, if you're building a building and you want boreholes underneath it, that's no problem. But the fact that we're going to be drilling it now, and if you want to, in the future, build on top of it, that's more problematic. It makes it a lot harder. Rights of way shouldn't have that problem.
If you have 125 boreholes, which are how big?
6 inches round.
Okay.
500 feet to 1,000 feet deep.
And what's the proximity of 125 boreholes on the streets?
20 feet on center. I think these folks are designing in some places 10 feet on center, which is, they know what they're doing. But the traditional is like 20 feet on center.
Yeah, and then then you're repaving, and then you're repaving the entire road for the distance from wherever you started to where?
There are some locations we're proposing half the street, so we would repave half the street, but most of the locations we're proposing the whole street, so you get whole new street.
Half the street doesn't give us better than what we had.
You know, we could.
Sorry.
That's not the hard part, right? So if it's like a little bit of paving, that doesn't. Of all the things that concern me in this project, that's not it.
We could
Well, we did, but
Yeah.
we've had issues with gas lines on our street from Dixon. So that has been paving issues. So the bottom line is there's very possible to have it very difficult in part of the process because it has been.
Well, apologize for that. This is different than our gas. Our gas business, I'm not a gas engineer or a gas operations person.
It's the same contractors.
Oh, yeah.
That it's Sturgeon and Sitewise and stuff that are doing the work, whether it's the project manager or not. And that's where you get me involved, and we come out there and we walk along, and I'm like, guys,
But this is a pilot project. So because it's a pilot project,
so we could get money into the filing to do the entire street and things like that.
well, and just to put things in perspective, the at scale, we're going to be replacing, also part of the proposal is we come into town hall and we replace your entire HVAC system at zero cost to you. Also the community center, every anchor customer that you saw up there, we're doing that at our cost because it's a pilot. That is absolutely not part of our gas operations, right? Like standard procedure, right? Like we don't do that because it's a pilot. So if part of the requirements when we get into the legal is you repave the whole street, that's the least thing I'm worried about. That's pretty easy. We're putting a lot of money into this because it's a pilot to get it right, and we have to give an incentive in order for people to allow us to test it.
Yeah.
Right? If we put stuff in the street and came to you and knocked on your house and said, "Hey, do you want to connect?" It's really cool, but it just costs you $25,000 for all the equipment in your house to connect.
Yeah, no, I understand that. The bottom line, this is a pilot program, and this is what you're bringing, right?
Yep.
And so whoever's paving is not who's doing the boring and everything else.
Right.
It's who we've dealt with in the past, who we already have history with, right? So that's all I wanted to clarify there.
Yeah.
You don't need to go any further with that, but yeah, there's more. There's plenty more, but I'll let you go on.
Cool. Any other questions?
One more question. One more is, if you don't get all of these approvals right at this moment, does the program go away and then it's just in Denver and it's wherever else in Colorado that you decide or something? Or?
It's not that we decide, it is through the Colorado Energy Office and through the Public Utility Commission, and I would say we are going to push very hard if we don't get decisions in the time manner that we want, but I would say that just to be very transparent, it would kind of put it in this project.
It's a real possibility. Yes. That the whole project.
Yes. if we don't meet the timelines of December 10th, that it's going to be a challenge for us with the Public Utilities Commission. Yes.
Okay, that was a question I had, but just to add on top of it then, this deadline does seem kind of rushed, as you guys have stated. When was this deadline known?
So we started this process in the beginning of the year. We originally, this actually connects a couple, originally we wanted to put all the boreholes at the wastewater treatment facility because it's centralized, it's simpler, it centralizes everything. That land is slated for future development, and they didn't even say no, but it's super risky. So there was risk that we thought that there was a risk that they would not come to yes on that.
At the sand district.
Yep, the sanitation district. So we moved away from that. We moved on to 200 Granite Street. We did the same thing with 200 Granite Street. We said, okay, there's enough space on 200 Granite Street. We can make that the central location, all under, I don't want to call it an assumption, all under the experience of our experienced design teams that have had one heck of a time trying to use rights of way in the past because of all the equipment in the streets. So that's what we thought we were going to be dealing with, but that hadn't happened yet. So then we move on to 10 Mile Creek condos, work with them. Same situation there. We wanted to use a lot of land around 10 Mile Creek. Also became problematic. They have an HOA, getting agreement on that. And again, risky that we wouldn't come to yes in time. And then we got the surveys back, and turns out there was enough room in the streets, and we moved on to this plan. This plan is the most complicated plan. It's the least simple. It's simpler to put them in centralized spots. Sanitation district, 10 Mile Creek condos. This isn't that simple, but it's way more robust. It's more resilient is the word I was looking for. It's more resilient. We are not beholden on one entity, except for you folks, right? But if you have all your bore fields on one property, then you're sort of beholden to that property. So it removes a lot of risk in that ways. It's resilient. It's more dispersed. So there's heat exchange happening throughout the whole network, which is physics-wise is better. It's just a little bit more complicated, but it's the best solution.
Thank you for that clarity. I just would like to say I would personally like to see it all in the sand district.
About a month ago, though, to answer your question, it was about a month ago. I would say it was right around the 4th of July holiday that I started catching wind, like, hey, we got to make these decisions. I mean, doesn't that feel fair, Tom?
Yeah, that's why we got them to this meeting.
Yeah. And again, like you stated, we know that this is not ideal. This is part of coming down a demonstration project with us, is, we're learning as well. We have great owners reps and we have a great design team. They haven't done a project at 9,000 feet in the mountains. And so we all learn something, and we're all learning as we go, but everything that you said is absolutely accurate. This is rushed, we know that, and we apologize to you for it. It is part of
Yeah, I completely sympathize with having to push the issue. Like these guys and stuff.
Thank you, but we also understand the situation that it puts your council in.
Yeah.
And, so thank you.
And just to reiterate one more time, we're not asking for a legal signed document in this timeline. We have till December to get our land use agreement in place. Our lawyers could talk to you, your lawyers. If you say, gotta pave the whole street, I say that's fine. So that land use agreement doesn't have to be signed in this. We just need a verbal, yes, we're committed to this. You could proceed designing the system in this way.
Because what happens if that changes, right? Like if we get to that 100% design and we file it with the PUC and you guys are like, we're not really into the right of way anymore. That's where it starts to kind of fall apart, right? And so that's where we're looking for that verbal agreement where, again, we know that we have to go through the right processes and stuff with legal, with land use agreements and stuff, but that we are at a critical point in this project right now, and we're just trying to continue to move it along to get the best outcomes. We know it's not us.
So let me ask a clarifying question. So let's say that the council did say yes by mid-August, the verbal yes that we're seeking. And we get to December, you have 100% design, and we can't come to a land use agreement. Does that, besides the project going away, possibly, that's a risk? Is there any risk to the town at that point?
You have a borehole sitting in your parking lot from August, and you would own it, and I would imagine we probably share that data and stuff with you, you know.
Gotcha.
Well, it wouldn't be doing anything.
Yeah,
You would
it would
abandon
just be sitting there.
everything there. You'd have a new parking lot or piece of a parking lot, and that's it.
Gotcha.
So let me put this out there just so folks can think about it while you continue your presentation. We own the parking lot, right?
Yep.
We have the ability to say, give you a verbal yes on that. The right of way is just that. We have a permitting process for that needs to be filed, gone through by staff, and then approved to get that to come to fruition. I don't know that this group is going to get ahead of our process.
So I have a.
Can I take this one? Go ahead.
So
Go there.
mandatory disclosure. I am not a lawyer.
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, good.
We have a franchise agreement in place that allows us to operate in y'all's right of way without having to go through those permitting processes.
Yes.
And through the PUC has deemed that this project does fall within that franchise agreement. So that technically, that's where we are with it, but we as a company do not want to go down this road with you without just putting boreholes in your right of way without having you arm in arm with us doing that.
100%.
And that's what we want. I bring right. I say that right because we do have our processes in addition to the other processes that we right, and we have a limited staff to get things done. So I feel confident speaking for the group that we're excited about this and we want to see this happen, but we can't get ahead of staff.
And that also, very clearly, as we've talked about in the past, that includes, we want to make sure that the public knows what's going on here. We're, quite frankly, better at that than you guys are.
100%. No feelings hurt here. No feelings hurt here at all. I think that where we are, if we can get this verbal agreement, in the coming weeks, if we can get this test borehole in the ground in August, I think that we can start real, earnest partnership outreach because we need your help in the fall. And I think that timing is right for those boreholes, for one, approval from the PUC, because we want community buy-in for that filing for the Public Utility Commission. We can't go in there and be like, well, town council supports it, but we haven't done any public outreach.
So not only that, but we could start right away. We're not going to start installation in 2028. And come December, we're going to ask the commission for funding for the next stages of the project. That funding can include a whole community engagement plan, right? So whatever you folks come up with, however, we don't have money now, I'm sorry. Right, between now and December, our budget is fixed, we're operating on a fixed budget, but after December, we can ask for whatever we want. If you want an open house, a catered open house with fireworks and
I've actually asked for things like this
statues.
before, and we don't do fireworks up here. But
you know what? Like, if you say that what we need is this, then we could create a budget for it and ask.
Sure. Let me jump in real quick, please. So as far as the contract, I think it's better to start looking at 811 for the borehole contract. That accomplishes two things. One, it gives staff time to actually have a contract in place, and it also allows us to properly notice this meeting and create the public engagement and start the public engagement that you're talking about. I'm not sure how much you have worked with towns, so if you have, please let me know. But we have not only this public engagement piece of making sure folks know what's going on, but we also have another responsibility, open meetings law, which requires us to post on our agenda decisions that are before the board. And for example, it would be a better look to have, for example, the board is considering on the 8/11 meeting agenda approval of a contract for a test borehole that contemplates this whole other design. And so that's what we're looking for, and that's one of the constraints we have is compliance with open meetings.
When you say 8/11, do you mean August 11th? Okay, sorry, I was thinking like I'm digging for ditches like 811. Yeah,
Oh,
totally.
sorry, no, August
Sorry,
11th.
sorry. So what you're saying is that we need to come back with a publicly noticed meeting on August 11th.
We need to come back with a contract, and then we have to notice it on the agenda, and then it would be a much sturdier and a much safer path.
Okay, perfect.
I don't know if it's going to be possible for us to come back with a contract.
Okay. We'll get us closer to that. The closer we can, the better.
Is it like an MOU? Would that
An
be
MOU.
suffice?
Something. Yeah. Anything that notices the contemplation of a borehole with some recognition of the reason for the borehole and how it fits into the larger design.
And outside of that license agreement.
You know, I don't know if I know the answer to that tonight, but I want to make the problem I'm trying to solve right now is the public noticing.
I hear that, and I guess I'm wondering if the license agreement can accomplish that.
It may,
Okay.
and as soon as that's back.
Okay, perfect. That sounds great. Like, let's circle back on that, because if we need, I think that if the license agreement will suffice, we can meet that August 11th deadline. If the license agreement cannot suffice, I think Dave's right, we're gonna have a hard time meeting that deadline.
It's going to be hard anyway. We were hoping for a verbal okay without any sort of signed agreements yet, which we could absolutely work on. But we're trying to schedule a company. Yeah.
Let me tell you what you're gonna get. You're gonna get a verbal direction to staff, town staff, to let you do this.
Okay.
Which means we gotta put the legal documents behind it.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's where I think we are right now, is we as staff need to circle back and determine if the license agreement suffices for that public noticing, and start that process for public noticing, dependent on if you guys want to go down this road with us for an August 26th test borehole, and let us continue going down the road for right-of-way design in those locations. So that is the ask on the table to you. Yes?
Question. Can a test borehole fail?
It's possible. We do not think that's going to happen. We went through a very rigorous sourcing process. These are very experienced companies. A test borehole in Breckenridge did fail. That was not
Because
a company.
of the dredging.
Yeah.
It's right there on the riverbed, and so it's literally they're on that dredge bed, and so it's nothing but broken up rock, and so that did fail. There's been test boreholes done in Winter Park in similar environments that this area is in, i.e. not like on top of a riverbed that's been dredged over and over and over again, and those boreholes were very successful. So,
Mostly, it might take longer. If it's much more difficult ground than we expect, it might take longer. But I wouldn't expect a failure. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah, but it can happen.
Question. I think you had said it would be part of some later agreement whereby whatever gets torn up could be like resurfacing the parking lot, doing that type of stuff. Can anything be new? And when we're looking at this in terms of saying, we've got a clock tower there, we've got some interesting space that's there, if we wanted to do something there, and that's where the boreholes were, could that happen, you had said earlier, in conjunction with some other project that we may want to do there? And if so, could we put that into a potential agreement that you would then be responsible for paying for?
Yes, 100 times over.
Thank you.
No, I'd like to go beyond that, is we have Granite Street that we want to redesign and redo. You know, if we put all the boreholes down Granite Street, you know.
So let me call a friend.
Yep.
We have someone from the design firm, Lindsay, on the call. Let's not move ahead. I just want to ask. So we're beholden to where there's space in the rights of way. The design team put together a plan. I'm not sure if Granite Street is a good technical option. There might be too much stuff in the street already. But Lindsay, if you're on the call and if you could,
I am here.
I think most of our stuff's are in the alleyways.
Yeah.
Most of it's in the alleyways. I'm not positive, but I think Granite.
Is
Most of
Granite Street the same as Main Street? I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up a map on the side here.
South. It's one block south.
Okay, yeah, we had been looking at the north-south streets. Give me just a second to pull up the survey and look at what is in the east-west roads.
Try to get to, there we go.
Yeah, sorry.
So you can see, you can see these right-of-ways, like, this is the areas that we're exploring right now. So, I mean, again, these are just options, right?
the green ones are the most preferred. Those are our first choice. The blue ones are backups if we need more space. But we could also absolutely, this is our proposal, we could absolutely work with you if you want some streets rather than others, but we have to make sure that there's actually space in there.
That's where we would work with Tom and Josh to determine the right areas.
Let me give you an example. We had a huge impact with construction in this area over the next 2 years. It's possible that we would prefer this end to this end.
Yep, totally doable.
And that's where we would work with these guys and get that figured out. But what we're asking you today is how you feel about us putting boreholes, and again, lots of them, in your right-of-way locations.
I'm just curious what the process is for putting these boreholes in, like how long does it take?
Great
how much
question.
space?
Great
question. How
Feel
loud
here.
is it?
Yep.
Kind of feel
Yeah.
Great question.
So, impact in 2028. We expect drilling to take roughly 3 months. 3 rigs, 3 months. So one summer period. Traffic will be designed. If you say you cannot close the street to traffic, we say okay, and we route traffic around it. It's easier for us. It's probably quicker close the street. But if you don't want that, that's okay. Drill rigs are they're the actual drilling. We're not expecting to be super loud or disruptive. The beginning process is loud. It sounds like a jackhammer for a day, where they put casing in the ground. But the actual drilling we're not expecting to be. It's not going to sound like airplane. Yeah, fighter pilots dropping bombs, right? It'll be surrounded by construction fencing. Stores stay open, sidewalk, pedestrian access, all stays open. We can absolutely avoid, some streets have EV chargers. We took that out of our plan. Handicap spaces, we can take out of the plan, but your parking spaces during that period are going to be out of commission. That's where we're going to be drilling, mostly in those parking spaces. There's no avoiding that.
Yeah, it is going to be impactful to your roads and to your parking spaces.
How, so, maybe you're gonna get to this, but in the sequencing of that 3 months, are you talking about doing one block at a time? Is it gonna be several locations in town at a time?
We're thinking it'll be 3 drill rigs, so 3 different locations at once, block by block. One block is closed or half closed, so it's done, repaved, moved on. If it's a half, we go to the other side. Then we move on to another block. That street is repaved and fully open.
So then when you're looking at a block, you're squaring off one area that you're going to be operational in for whatever number of holes.
Yeah.
That's done. Then you move to the next part of the block, but you're not paving right behind. You're doing that later, or you're doing it right behind, get what I'm saying? Like
I see
The end of 3 months, or are you paving next
yeah, or
week?
you pave, and then you come back and pave after that block is all moved.
I think the answer is as soon as you move from that street is repaved. And you start drilling another street. But Lindsay, can you confirm that?
I'm sorry, I had to find the unmute button. This can be an iterative design process where we can work with what works best for the town. If your request is that we do all the work, we close off the street, have it start to finish, we'll drill, we'll have to go back in, do the lateral piping, which is connecting those bores back to the kind of the end of the street, and then it could be repaved and turned back over in a complete state. If you wanted to kind of phase those closures, I mean, we could find a solution for that. And the same with, how long the streets are closed, where they're going to go. We can work back and forth with you guys to figure out which streets are more open to being closed down, or, how we want to navigate around the city with that.
But I want to set clear expectations. It's going to be disruptive. Like I think about y'all's roads,
Yeah, look,
with
this
the
is
gas
the
line. It's
issue.
going to be just like that.
So this is the issue.
Yeah.
This town has taken a beating on right-of-way construction, parking. This will not be popular with the public.
We are, because of the hotel and
And
our
that
2
is the real
workforce housing projects.
And I know you know that.
Be up in arms at this point, and that's where we're at. That's just what we deal with, what we have to contend with, data, right? Can you tell me this, just one of the clarifying things? So you have each hole, right? So each hole then is trenched to the next hole to have the pipe go through and continuous?
Not trenched to the next hole. One hole, next hole. Pipe goes in, comes out, it's filled with grout. Pipe goes over, down the next one, but not trenched.
It's over and down, it goes over above the concrete?
Lindsay?
Yeah, so each borehole is one heat exchanger that gets installed. It's a U-bend that goes down and up. And so they drill, they install that U-bend, and like what we call the pigtails are sticking up out of that, which is the 2 ends of pipe that need to connect back to what we call the lateral piping, which is what connects all of those boreholes back to the main system. And so there will be a trench that connects all the boreholes together in a string, bringing it back to the main.
They all have to be connected.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
But
it's
they're not all in, they all do need to be connected. And that's all below frost depth. So those pipes will all be at 5-foot depth.
5-foot depth. Okay, that's
5-foot depth.
I wasn't sure what you were asking, if there was going to be, we were trenching completely the full depth.
No, yeah. No, you're trenching from hole to hole.
Yeah.
To connect them all.
Yes.
So on the right-of-way considerations for 2028, drilling will last more or less 3 months. Is drilling including the complete repair of the road? Or is that just the drilling?
In the 3 months?
I would guess no. I would guess that the drilling's the 3 months, and then we're going to have resto. I mean, Martin, it's so tough with our construction season as it is up here. I would imagine that we're going to start May 1st, and we're going to take every bit of till August 31st.
I think.
Sorry,
But
October.
it's got to be done before plans do, so.
Which I'm grateful that y'all are writing that letter of support for. Thank you.
I'll just add one of the reasons we're a little vague right now on how long drilling is going to take is because the test bore is going to inform how long it takes to drill each borehole. and this is planned around, you know, generalities, but after we have the test bore and we know what rate they can drill at, we'll be able to really finesse a plan that will give far more details on, you know, the drilling, the lateral, the restoration, how we want to phase that out.
And what do you think is a realistic timeline for that, Lindsay? Like if we do that test borehole in August, the town could see that more fleshed out plan in what, October?
Yeah, that seems reasonable. I mean, I think at some point we'd probably want to bring in a driller, or I mean, the owner's reps can help with that. I do always like to have the contractors weighing in on how long it's going to take them to do something. But yes, as soon as we have the drill rate, we're going to be able to make better, you know, plans around this.
There's one more caveat. So, 120, like the boreholes in the rights of way are going to happen in 2020. We're asking for one borehole this summer in August in the parking lot for the town hall. We're asking, there's one more caveat. That is, in addition to boreholes in rights of way, there's going to have to be pumping equipment. So we're going to have pumps in vaults below the street. You're not going to have to service them ever. It's not your staff. It's Excel's staff that will service them. So functionally, they're going to be buried and out of sight, out of mind. But we have to design those pump houses, we call them vaults, that are buried underground. In order to design any architectural structure, you have to do it's not a full, we're not talking about a 500,000 foot borehole, we're talking about a 15-foot drilling into the ground to see the composition of the ground. So you could literally design a foundation that will hold the structure up.
It's a typical geotech.
It's a geotech board. And that would have to happen in 3 places this summer as well, so that we could design those vaults that are replacing 2026.
So not only town hall's parking lot, but right aways.
1 day each for 3 days in total, 1 day each, one location, and I don't think it would even close the entire street.
1 day each, 3 different locations.
We have stuff like that happen.
Sure.
Every year. All
Yeah,
the time.
yeah.
So here are your locations.
Geotech.
Identify. These red dots.
So one's gonna be in sanitation district. One right here is that third, fourth, and then second.
If you want this plan, and you don't have to accept this plan, we could work with you on it, and figure out which streets you want and which streets will work.
Well, we can work with Tom and Josh on it.
Yeah.
If we get approved.
You don't want 7 on this way.
Well, I mean, you know, I could put my 2 cents in, but that wouldn't really be worth much. Yeah. It's a project, guys.
It's a project.
I'm not pretending like it's not impactful to you.
It's a project and it's impactful. The timeline is the most difficult thing, where you're asking us to give you a decision based off of a lot of other people, where, you know, it's not in our best interest to just, you know, run over everybody.
Yeah, we don't want you to run over anybody. We really don't. We want to operate within your processes. We just want to make sure that we're all still arm in arm going down this design process. You know, Dave mentioned that we're going to pay for all of these heat pumps going into people's homes. We're not. It's our ratepayers that are doing that, and that's why these projects are scrutinized so heavily by the Public Utility Commission, because it is ratepayer dollars that we're spending on these projects.
It's a huge benefit to your constituents.
And we have to, you know, the PUC has to make sure that we're doing that responsibly, and that's why we get pushed up against these timelines. That's why you agreed to come along on this demonstration project with us. And here we are.
Here we are, Blair, and I really appreciate the clarity you brought tonight. For me, I mean, I don't want to interrupt if you got more presentation.
I just details. So I mean, there's nothing else that we need to present. You've heard it all. If you want more details, it's in here.
So your point about, this is, I am behind this project, right? You mentioned this is a benefit to constituents. This is a benefit to some constituents.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, that's I want to make that clear. I know you didn't purposely not say that, but to some. And there are people out there who are not part of this, who are, and actually went to Blair's presentation you went to, I think, and picked up on the it's ratepayers that are paying this. And again, I always appreciate Blair for clarity and honesty because it's best to get that out there. Where I stand right now is on this, and I'll shut my trap, but if town is okay, if staff is okay with the timeline of doing the borehole on this property, I have no problem with that. If staff has a problem with that. The right of way is where I'm stuck for the future. We have a real issue with our right of ways right now. It's kind of a big conversation about how they've been used, maybe abused, and there are not
what they're worth,
value of, and is the entire town got the pitchforks out right now? No, but it's a discussion, and it's a real issue. That's where I'm kind of stuck, and I'm interested to hear everyone's opinions. So sorry for hogging that mare.
Can I just follow up? So, right now, you're absolutely right. It's certain people that are within the area that have signed, that haven't yet, but if they sign up for it, and that doesn't include everybody. But once this is installed, then there is a potential for expanding it in the future and growing it, including more people. It's the intention of the commission and the intention of the Colorado Energy Office is that what I believe is the intention of the commission and the intention of the Colorado Energy Office is that they see this as the future of the gas business, right? So it's going to be disruptive. There's no easy way to get to a decarbonized 2050. It's also a great opportunity to be a part of that, and the at-scale version of this is just us tearing up streets and not paying for customer conversions, right? You're in the pilot phase, which is, hey, we could, there's a lot of leeway here on meeting your needs as well, that we can provide.
I just want to say that as you're forming your opinion, and I don't expect to see a full yes or no on the bigger question, but if you have specific things, I've been writing down some things of this has to be in our agreement. If you think of that while you're doing it, or you think of it afterwards, that's fine. Let us know, because staff will brainstorm on this and back and forth with Excel on what needs to be in that agreement very specifically. Like, for instance, you cannot be working on the 4th of July.
What? They're
That's
traffic
just
control?
But it sounds silly, but that's how specific we can get if we write up an agreement. So if you have that stuff, we'll take notes.
And again, we have until 2028 community engagement plan. We could budget for whatever you need on that.
But really curious to hear your thoughts today.
Yeah, how about let's just start going around the table and like where we're at. Sorry,
You got my approval for doing the test for it. I'm fine with that.
And when y'all are saying we like the test bore, am I hearing correctly? Am I reading y'all right that you're saying we like the test bore? Come back and talk to us a little bit more with the 120 others.
Well, I'll just, so I can wrap up my whole picture. For me, again, being someone who wants this project moving forward, not only for our town's reason, I believe in the technology, the environmental aspect, immensely. For me to be comfortable about this plan, because 2028 is going to be right at the end, and we have a lot of projects that are wrapping up, and people are like, finally, these projects are wrapping up. Oh no, we got something else coming. That's what we don't want to be stuck with, right?
It's an election year too.
That's what.
It's after the election.
Oh, it's after.
But I'm just very sympathetic to the disruption I've seen on our right. And for me to be very comfortable with it, I would really like to see a really detailed report down to the day of what's going to be bored when, where, as much as possible, so that this could go to the public and say, okay, here's what we got. And I realize there's people I forgot that's part of the plan. But I think our constituency is not really down with the concept of we're going to do it, and as it gets closer, we'll figure it out.
So you're looking for that timeline prior to approval?
That's what makes me comfortable as one person on this council.
So
Now the test hole I'm good with, right? Clear.
So there's complications in that because what we've hired right now is a design firm. We haven't hired the drilling company yet. So the design firm can put together an entire plan. And we could share that plan with you. They hand it over to the drilling contractor. There's a chain of command that gets lost, right? So we're not even contracted with that contractor yet. So 100% I understand, and 100% we can come up with a plan. That plan we'll have to sharpen our pencils on that plan once we hire a drilling contractor.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
And I understand complications are going to arise. It's a big project.
I'll jump in. I think this is a unique opportunity, and it meets the town's sustainability goals. But going beyond that, it demonstrates us as like a sustainability leader. I picture people from across the country and the world probably coming here to view this project, and really, I do see it as sort of like once in a generation to show decarbonization going on. I absolutely approve of the test bore, and I have the faith in staff and faith in you guys, and the fact that we have kind of a large budget to work with, that we can get the marketing down, project management down, and convince the town that yes, this 3 months of road closures is going to be worth it for the future of Frisco. So yeah, I'm all for it.
Super appreciate it.
More than 3 months of road closure. Is it more than 3 months?
I would say all of construction season, like March 1st, I'm sorry, May 1st through October 31st.
Ask the design. Lindsay, how long do you expect the actual the boring and the paving to take?
I'm hesitant to give a firm answer. I think it's probably somewhere between 3 months and the whole construction season. I mean, part of that being, I know, part of it being
I'm used to
that
construction in the mountains.
I'll amend my statement to as little as 3 months.
Well, I think that's
that, you know, if the request is we have to keep half the road open, that's going to make things go slower. If the time of day is, I mean, there's a lot of factors on top of the fact we don't know yet how long the drilling is going to take. And so there's ways to design it around it being more efficient and ways to plan the construction around it being more efficient. And then there are things that just take as long as they take.
Yeah, and some of these answers aren't going to be there until you do the testing. So that's what I get.
You look at anything, it's quality, cost, and time. Pick two. That's the way to go for it.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming with all of these details. I sympathize with the time frame that you're on. That's rough. But I do agree with everything that Martin and Thayer have shared. I think this is a really cool opportunity. I think it's going to be uncomfortable, and hopefully over time we can develop a plan that works as best as possible. But I'm all for giving it a shot and
starting with over there.
Go for it. I've got a couple of them.
I'm appreciative that we were chosen for this project. I think it's a good idea. It's a good project. I'm all for it and whatnot. If our staff isn't 100% on board with everything, you get nothing. That's what I say. So I mean, like, I'm not going to put words in Josh's mouth. But if Josh has a problem that you're picking 4th Street for whatever purpose, I don't care. And however it's supposed to work. And if that's going to put a stop on it, then we're going to put a stop on it. That's what I say, right? And that's me. That's one of 7, right? So I'm in support, but only with the full support of the staff of how we are going about it.
100%. And I'll just go back to Tom's comment. If we get a verbal approval to proceed now, that land use agreement doesn't need to be signed till December. And if we don't come to agreement, if you're like no, then it's no. But if you don't say yes now, then we don't have a project, right? So we have to be designing the system, and then we have from now to December, land use agreement, get all the ducks in a row that we need to get in a row. And if we don't get there, then it doesn't happen. But
I'll turn that to Tom or Josh. Is this reasonable? Is this unreasonable? Is this
we haven't articulated our needs to Excel.
Sure.
For them to tell
We
us.
don't even know what our needs
to tell
are.
us what
We have got to the right of way, discussion here. So we're still evaluating.
We're going to be spending the next 3 weeks building and discussing that.
Right. You have time. You guys have time for that. The next 3 weeks of the rest of the construction season here, where I'm sure Katie's going to be busy. I'm sure Josh is busy. So this is the thing. I'm not gonna say yes. You have full approval. Do whatever you want. I am gonna say if they approve it, then I'm good with it. If they don't, I am not good with it. Period. Right. And if this project doesn't move forward because they have an issue, then so be it. That's
Thank
what
you.
I say.
Thank you.
I was reading in the report, and I'm melding it with either a presentation or earlier iteration of, right, all this happens, systems in place. Is it 3 years that it works, and then it's we're going to keep it or we're not going to keep it? My point is, if we're not going to keep this, what happens to all the infrastructure?
So it's the pilot period officially is 3 years, meaning we measure it for 3 years. At the end of 3 years, we're going to report. We say this is how it's performing. We have trained our gas operations team on how to maintain this, right? Which they don't know. The gas operations is union labor, right? We can't even tell them to do something that they're not certified to do. So we have 3 years of that. By all means, our intention is to keep this up and running and operational for the life of the system. But the commission has say on that. And Excel leadership may also have things to say about that, right? So I can't guarantee anything past 3 years. If at the end of 3 years or sometime after that, the commission or somebody else says, okay, we're out, we don't like it, we abandon in place the equipment in the ground, we don't tear up the ground again, we come back, the town hall, because there's going to be boreholes in the parking lot serving the town hall building, keeps the geothermal system with those boreholes. They don't need to be connected to everyone else to operate that way. They keep that. That's probably the only building here that's going to happen that way. Maybe 10 Mile Creek condos could be set up that way. But everybody else, we go back and we take out the geothermal equipment from their facility and we put in brand new equipment that's nominally similar to what we took out. If we took out an 80% furnace, we put in a brand new 80% furnace. Or we have it in our terms and conditions, a brand new air source heat pump. So you could still be electric, you can still be sustainable. So we'll do that at our cost, no cost to you, but we're not digging up the streets again. We abandoned in place the equipment in the ground.
And so the long-term question is, what does that do to our right-of-way build building?
Nothing because of the franchise agreement.
Meaning we can build over these pipes if we so choose?
It's going to be difficult
But
to
I heard
build.
no.
It's going to be difficult to build over the pipes, but it's not impossible to build over the pipes. So it's
Well,
certainly
that's if they're operating. If the system has been abandoned,
then it would only make it easier to build over them, I imagine.
Because you could take them out.
Because you could take them out.
You'd have to
Just
do
ask.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most utilities claim 50 years, but the actual physical lifetime, these are plastic pipes. They don't disintegrate. We're expecting like 100 years for the pipes.
Better than cast iron.
Yeah. And they're
Just
welded
replace a bunch of
together
cast iron.
and set in concrete and ground. Not going to.
Cool. I just wanted to, because I melded all that together, I wanted to get
Great
kind of an
question.
answer.
Yeah, because if we came back 3 years later and said, "Oh, now I'm going to tear them up again," yeah, no, I
The
understand.
system is yours.
It would be better if it all came back out. Josh, do you have something?
If we did abandon and here, and even if town hall was running, we're on our own then for contractors, like
Yeah.
anyone else to maintain it. So if it did get abandoned, like that's a difficult system probably for us to try to find maintenance going forward.
okay, thank you for that,
Through
because,
sale.
okay, thank you for that.
That
That's a
was-
great question. So if it is abandoned, if Excel decides to abandon it, commission decides, if we decide. Town hall keeps the system, but we're now responsible for it.
We're gonna.
If the
Oh.
system's still operating, if the system's not operating,
They're-
then no.
No, their own. So
So I'm talking about just the town hall.
Just the town hall system.
Gotcha.
That was going to continue to be on.
we're during the pilot period of 3 years, we're going to be doing. You're responsible for routine maintenance. Routine maintenance is like filter changes. It's like no big deal. If something goes wrong, absolutely we fix it. After 3 years, whether the full system is in place or not, we're not going to be served. We're not going to be maintaining the HVAC equipment inside your facility. These are more difficult equipment than standard equipment, but this is not also. We're not importing equipment from Australia that this is serial number 02. It's not like that, right? This is serviceable equipment. Not to downplay that, but it's yeah.
We probably wouldn't have a lot of vendors up here that are
Yeah.
providing that service, so that would be a difficult challenge for us to try to find.
And actually part of so there's a phase of this project where we do all the behind the meter, the customer conversions. We're going to hire a company to do all that, and part of that plan, which we got from all of you, from your all idea and from the feedback from the town hall that we did, was that's the knowledge transfer. So we have 3 years of knowledge transfer. You have a contractor that just installed 100 homes, 50 homes plus whatever for commercial buildings. They now know and understand this, and so to set that up for the future, right? So you're not just going to the yellow pages if those even exist anymore, but you have someone that has a lot of experience in solar.
Just again, so I have a clue. I'm sure everyone else does. I'm usually behind by 2 steps anyway. After 3 years, we're continuing with the project. Project's continuing. Everyone's agreed it's great and it's continuing. After those 3 years, the town staff or the association, in mine, will then be responsible for anything from out of the ground into their operation.
Anything inside their walls.
Anything inside their walls, just like any other HVAC
Yeah,
system.
think of it like back of the meter. Yeah, totally.
And we're still responsible for everything in the street. Yep. Just like our gas pipes.
And then, if we do abandon it, because that's reasonable, expect us to take care of our own equipment in the walls. But if the system is abandoned and Town Hall still has a system running, would Excel respond to issues outside those walls?
We don't, well, hold on, I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, so, just as, so it's just like the gas pipes, right? So, let's say the system is running, let's say
The whole system?
The whole system.
Okay.
And then Excel, us, or the commission decide to abandon the project.
Okay, so the whole system is now not working?
Yeah. The agreement is that, I'm just leaving 10 Mile out of the picture.
Yeah.
Town Hall would still be operating on that system.
Yep.
Nothing else would be.
Right.
Town Hall.
Yep.
If there's a problem with any of the infrastructure outside
In
of
the
Town
ground.
Hall, in the ground, would Excel still be servicing?
No.
Okay.
But it would all be local on your property. So you have your own, we have to design it this way, right? Because you have to have the pump systems on your property. So this isn't rocket science. We're
I
moving
understand.
water through pipes, right? So a pump, there'd be a pump house, there'd be pumps, and mostly it's like pumps and manifolds. So it's something that if somebody knows about this system, which this HVAC contractor that installs it should know, it should be serviceable.
I'm gonna go back to demonstration just because like in 3 years, we don't know what the PUC is going to say about how we're operating this. Like there's just like, I don't wanna go too far down that rabbit hole because there is so much unknown. The way that we're regulated does change from commission to commission, from project to project.
Absolutely.
And so, there are not a ton of large-scale utility thermal energy networks in the state, and this, again, pilot project, I mean, I can see the commission charging us and challenging us even potentially to do things differently even in a year, in 2 years, and so I think that we can hypothesize today what they might and how we might be regulated through this project, but that is why you're coming down arm in arm with us, because that is how we are regulated and how we have to operate every single day. So yeah, that's how we think it'll play
Well, that's
out.
the reason, Blair, for the questions. Is,
Yeah.
And why I appreciate the clarity and honesty. Because, but I think it's important we exercise through those variables so that everyone's walking hand in hand, knowing what the optimal outcome is, but also what the non-optimal outcome is.
Certainly.
And it's inevitable. We're going to be 2 years down the road going, didn't think of that.
We're gonna be 2 weeks down the road. But
Let me close this out.
thank you, sir.
Dan, are you good?
Yeah, but there's other countries that are doing this.
And-
Germany and all these countries are doing thermal.
Geothermal
It's
has been around for 100 years.
Yeah.
For maybe not, decades and decades and decades. The demonstration is really the business model. Is the utility owning the pipes in the ground, and not 50 years ago I could call, maybe not 50, 30 years ago I could call an HVAC contractor, they'll drill a borehole in my backyard and put a geothermal heat pump in my home. But that cost me, whatever, 50, 60,000 bucks, right? But the utility coming and doing that, and me just paying the utility a little bit, then I don't have to pay nearly the upfront cost. It's totally within the utility wheelhouse. So it's really a business model demonstration.
But again, they're like Wendy's has the
Yeah,
thermal,
that's what I was-
they're
And
we
they're
have
still
them-
using it.
Yes.
And it's been 20-something years.
Yes, absolutely, and it's been very successful
Yeah.
for them. But it's not been done by a large scale utility, and that's the big difference. Because again, we not only have to convince the PUC, but also in our investors, right? I mean, that is how we can afford to borrow the billions of dollars from Wall Street to put these pipes and stuff in the ground. So it's a tricky
Millions. This is millions.
Let's be real, we borrow billions.
Oh, we borrow. We know that we borrow.
But
this project.
yes, totally. But yeah. So I mean, you're right. I mean, yeah. And so again, that's the big difference with this demonstration project from other thermal projects that have taken place not only in the state, like Mesa. Mesa's a great example, but it's just very easy because it's just them. They're not charging anyone for those for that network or anything, and so it's exactly. Now you have to deal with all of us. But really, coming back, like it sounds to me today like we've got a strong yes on the test borehole for the town hall parking lot. I'm going to say it. I think that. Am I hearing that we are okay to continue proceeding down the road with staff to talk about right-of-ways?
I think what you're hearing is that staff needs to see the design and be comfortable with it before we move forward with that.
Okay.
As far as the test boreholes, I think everyone's okay with that up to and including the vault boreholes. But staff has to be okay with the design.
Okay.
And I'll say this to the room, if you're curious and you haven't seen this system, you can certainly go see Mesa's. And if you don't know who to contact, we can figure that out. I was out there for a tour not too long ago. There's actually a CAST meeting later this month in Carbondale who has a system on it. It's smaller than this one, I believe, but they have one in place. And if you're really motivated, going down to see the one on the grounds of the National Western Stock Show, the CSU campus down there has a system, and they are heating it with wastewater from Denver. And if you don't know how to, I can help you guys. Staff knows I've been to all of these places to take a look. So to your point, yeah, the test borehole, we got to find out if we can even do this, right? The vault boreholes, I don't think that's the issue, and this is a group discussion, but staff has to see the design.
So I'm gonna rephrase. If you say absolutely not right now, then we don't have a project.
Sure.
Right.
You're not hearing absolutely.
No. I know. But if you say yes, then we continue working together, figuring out the rights of way, and that's a long process. So I just want to rephrase it as it's not like by August 14th we come with plans. It's yes, you have our conceptual agreement to pursue this, and then we work together. And if at any point between now and December we don't come to an agreement, then it doesn't happen, and that's fine.
That's where we're at.
Test bore, yes. 120 holes in right of way, possibly, yes, and.
Keep working on it.
Yes for now, and then we're going to work together until December, and hopefully we get to yes at December, but we don't. That's perfect.
I just want to offer a quick reminder because I haven't heard it mentioned up to this point. For this specific town hall building, it is still an option that they can have like equipment replaced on this property rather than maintaining the existing system.
Thank you for that.
Yes. Correct?
Oh, yes. If you don't want the geothermal system.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just hadn't heard that mentioned, so I wanted to make sure that people understood that was an option.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Super.
Thank you.
Super appreciate it.
So grateful.
So
Y'all are
grateful.
the best.
I know we're not giving you a lot of time. I really appreciate hearing us out and working with us.
This just means you have another team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop. Right.
8:30 Friday morning. Means y'all still can't shake us.
So, just so everyone's clear, this is not an ordinance, this is nothing we're passing, we're not going, there's no public comment, there's no vote, it's just direction truly to this team and to our team. And
more will be coming back to you.
Yes.
well,
With
this
public
this will
noticing
continue for the next several years. So, thank you everybody for your time.
We expect this to come up on the 14th or the 11th.
Very likely something.
Much like some of our construction projects. So you just keep
Oh yeah, there's always something that comes up every meeting.
Guys, thank you. I think we're going to have a few more meetings like this before we get this thing in the ground, but we're going to get it in the ground. So
Super appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no.
I left the names out. So
We need to adjourn.
Right, yes.
Okay, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Adjourn.
So much on goal. Thank you guys.